This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor of London, in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies, but also to comment on other matters that are important to Londoners. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all London Assembly members have been invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence this morning from Assembly Member Boff, the Chair, and from Assembly Members Desai, Garbett and Moema.
Thank you very much. Can I advise Assembly members, guests and those watching the meeting here in the Chamber and via the webcast that we will be beginning the meeting with an update on some of the recent Assembly activities. Since the Assembly last met in November for Mayor's Question Time, the Planning and Regeneration Committee met with Places for London to ask how social value is defined, measured and delivered for Londoners, how this will be addressed and updated in the London Plan. The GLA Oversight Committee met to discuss the broader context of the cyber threats and challenges for the public institutions in London and the UK, and the committee also published a letter to the Mayor expressing concern at a number of fake ticket sellers' websites for London's New Year's Eve firework event. The Transport Committee hosted a roundtable with Inclusion London as part of the committee's ongoing investigation into accessibility and inclusion in transport planning, and the Health Committee published the first episode of a two-part podcast to mark World AIDS Day on Sunday the 1st of December. This week, the confirmation hearing committees held a confirmation hearing to assess the Mayor's proposed appointment to the chair of the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation, Dame Karen Buck. The committee recommended that the Mayor should proceed with the appointment. The Fire Committee put questions to the London Fire Brigade and the chair of its independent advisory panel, Martin Casey, as part of his investigation into the London Fire Brigade culture. The Police and Crime Committee looked at how MOPAC and the Violence Reduction Unit commission services and value for money of these services provide. And finally, the Environment Committee began its investigation into the Mayor's plan of making London's rivers swimmable within 10 years. And no doubt Assembly members will be the first to take the plunge. I'm now going to move on to item 2, declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interests where they relate to items on the agenda for today's meeting?
No interest whatsoever.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to the minutes. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly plenary meeting held on the 7th of November to be signed by me as a correct record? Thank you very much. Now we can take a deep breath and begin what we're really here for is our first part of this morning's session, which is a question and answer session around the Adult Skill Fund in London. Join us in the chamber for our first panel. We have Anthony Impey, MBE, Chief Executive Officer, Be The Business, Alex Stevenson, Project Director at Learning and Working Institute, Russia Ahmed, Research Manager, Toynbee Hall, and finally Aidan Ralph, a Policy Consultant of RGMR. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. There will be a lead-off question from me to our guests. Assembly members will then put supplementary questions. Please can I ask Assembly members to say who they would like an answer, and when they put their question. Guests, we would be very grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you in this part of the session. So the first question from me today is, what should the Mayor's priorities be for the Adult Skills Fund? And that's to all of you. So if we start with Anthony first.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Impey. I'm Chief Executive of Be the Business. I also chair the London Chamber of Commerce's Skills, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Committee, and I chair the Department for Education's Apprenticeship Ambassador Network. And so my introduction is very much from a business perspective and the requirements and some of the challenges that businesses are facing, and particularly the capital's small businesses. I think it's worth starting by saying that the capital's productivity is good, but it really needs to be better. We are our good productivity in London is very dependent on our very successful financial services sector, but across the rest of the economy, and particularly amongst our small businesses, productivity needs to be better. I think it's also worth saying that one of the key drivers that we know for productivity is technology, and we have one of the world's best technology sectors in London, but at the same time, many of our small businesses struggle to adopt technology. And finally, just to set the scene, I think it's worth saying that it is probably one of the toughest times in a generation to be running a business, especially if that business is a small business. And so I think it's important to set that context in the broader skills agenda, and particularly around the adult education budget. And I think there are probably three areas that I would stress are critically important that need addressing if London is to continue to be the best place to start and grow a business. And I think those three areas, firstly, are digital. I mentioned our success in growing some of the world's best technology businesses, but we need technology to be used effectively and efficiently across the capital's businesses, and especially the small businesses. We know that technology adoption is slower in the UK than many of our international peers, and in a G7 ranking, we are towards the bottom of the league table in terms of our use of digital technology by small businesses. This also comes at an inflection point for technology where the use of AI is giving some businesses massive competitive advantage, but is also leaving many businesses behind. I think the second area that needs to be prioritised is that around innovation. And we have, again, some of the most innovative companies in the capital, but many are struggling to stay competitive in a competitive landscape and a globally competitive landscape that is rapidly changing. And so that need to accelerate the pace of innovation is critical, and skills are vitally important to that. And then the third subject area is around leadership and management. And we know many small businesses are run by accidental managers. In fact, the Chartered Management Institute says that 2 out of 3 managers are accidental managers. They are in a management role, having had no management training at all. And if we want our businesses to be more successful, we need to get them those leadership and management skills that they desperately need. And so I think in terms of subject areas, they are the three that really need prioritisation. But I think it is also important that we prioritise how these skills are developed through the education system. And there are 6 areas that I just want to flag, and I will do them very quickly, Chair. The first is around the need for flexibility. The second around customisation. The third around accessibility. Is very important that skills, the skills system in general is much more accessible, and much more accessible to small businesses, which is my next point. Small businesses are very often overlooked by the skills system. They are very, very busy people, probably some of the hardest working people in the economy. And we really need to make the skills system and the adult education system in particular much more easy for them to navigate. And finally, we need to make the system more efficient, and we need to align it to business needs. That is my opening comment.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Alex Stevenson. I'm a Deputy Director at Learning and Work Institute. We're an independent policy and research organisation dedicated to lifelong learning and better work. I've been involved as Learning and Work Institute's Project Director for a number of pieces of research in support of policy development around the adult education budget, now the Adult Skills Fund. And I would like to start off by briefly reflecting on the purpose of the Adult Skills Fund and what it's there for, which is basically to do three things. It's about supporting progression into work, it's about supporting progression into further learning, and it also supports a range of social outcomes, including health and well-being, principally through the tailored learning element, but also as a wider benefit of learning across the board. And that's really important as a route for engaging people into learning and helping Londoners with the lowest skills levels. So we know that around 1 in 10 Londoners have qualifications below level 2 or no qualifications at all. We know that in terms of essential skills like literacy and numeracy, Learning and Work Institute's modelling based on census and OECD data shows that whilst London performs reasonably well at the national level in terms of essential skills needs, because of the size of the population here, there are up to 1.4 million people with low literacy and numeracy skills. Lloyds Bank estimates a similar number, around 1.3 million with low essential digital skills, and the census shows that there are around 350,000 residents in London who don't speak English well or at all. So in our view, one of the priorities for the Adult Skills Fund should be supporting those adults with the lowest levels of skills into learning and tackling some of those inequalities in participation in learning. So we know from our wider work, including the annual Adult Participation in Learning survey, that people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, those with lower levels of qualifications already, and those who left school earlier are the least likely to be participating in learning. And so the focus of the Adult Skills Fund should be about getting those people engaged and into learning that supports them into work to progress their careers and brings a range of benefits to communities. So to do that, some of the things that we would like to see, and based on the research that we've been doing for the GLA, there does need to be more innovation in delivery. We'd like to see further outreach into communities, linking learning opportunities to higher quality careers advice that is about not just supporting people into work, but once they are in work, thinking about what learning they can do to develop and progress their careers. Thinking about things like the approach to online learning and having a more consistent offer across London, and supporting providers' own innovation as well. So the recent Multiply programme, for example, looking at what kinds of innovative delivery models have come out of that and what can we take further into Adult Skills Fund delivery. Second thing we'd like to see is a more collaborative and joined-up approach to learning and skills. So thinking about subject areas like English for speakers of other languages, where there is a very high level of demand. How can we join up and coordinate within boroughs, between providers to ensure that learners can access the learning that's right for them. Thinking about joining up with support around health, particularly to tackle things like economic inactivity, so social prescribing into learning opportunities. Joining up around work as well, and greater linkages between employment programmes and basic skills programmes. And it's important, of course, as well that we understand what the outcomes and impacts of that have been. So we've been pleased to see that the approach to measuring the outcomes of adult learning has been developed in London, but we think there's more to do on that front, and we would like to see that developed further. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Rusha Hamid. I'm the Research Manager at Toynbee Hall. In 2022, we did a participatory action research project, which fed into the Mayor's Skills Roadmap for Londoners. In particular, this project focused on people from low-income households and people who had a particular need for accessible adult education. And based on this and subsequent things that have come up in subsequent research projects, Overall, we think that the Mayor's priority for the Adult Skills Fund should focus on creating accessible, inclusive and supportive pathways to adult education, but recognising its value not only as a route to employment and good work, but also as a transformative opportunity for individuals and a way of building health and well-being. Within this, I want to just highlight 3 key priorities that I think should be taken forward. The first one is to do a lot more co-design, particularly co-design around delivery and outreach, to encourage more people to engage with adult education in local communities. There's a lot of need to be shaping courses that really respond to people's wants and desires, and again, not just into routes into work, but we found within our research that things like local history courses can give people a taste of what adult education can offer, and that can encourage them into doing, I guess, more employment-focused courses. There should also be really clear offline support and guidance. A lot of the shift towards digital has meant that those offline routes of outreach are massively reduced, which is a big problem not only for disabled people, but also for low-income people that might not be as online or as digitally included as everyone else. The second thing is we need an access-first approach. We've found that there are lots and lots of barriers, not only, again, for disabled people, for low-income people, for ethnic minorities, that are particularly tinged with negative past experiences with youth education. And so to do this, we think that there needs to be a lot more focus on minimising barriers as a first port of call and not after a request. So things like really promoting with providers things like tailored checklists, that when people are signing up to a course, they can just tick a checklist of different types of accommodation they might need. And just really trying to avoid some of those systems that really excluded people previously. The final thing is we need more enhanced financial support. There's a lack of understanding about how to access financial support from people, but also there is a lack of financial support for all of the other factors that go into making adult education accessible. So somebody might be on a free course, but they require to pay for transport to the course, they require childcare. They might have an opportunity cost if they're on a variable hours contract. And so all of these things often mean that even if a course is free, it has a heavy financial burden for people, particularly on low incomes, which is a big deterrent to accessing adult education. And so basically, there really needs to be a focus on what else we can do to help address those net costs of participation and ensure that education is really viable for those who are balancing day-to-day struggles. And so we think that those are the 3 key areas that, if they were tackled, would really drive forward adult education take-up, particularly amongst more marginalised groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's go to Aidan.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Aidan Ralph. For 20 years I was Head of Comms at the Association of Employment and Learning Providers. Some of its members deliver ASF in London. I have 2 calls, Chair. Firstly, I would like to see the Mayor's priorities and therefore the GLA's ASF delivery contracts with colleges and training providers to be much more closely aligned with the priorities set out in the Local Skills Improvement Plan and much more outcome driven. We're going to hear a lot, as we have already heard today, about participation. I think we need much more focus on what the outcomes are, and I would question the level of transparency that we have on the outcomes from a £345 million budget, which I understand accounts for 70% of the Mayor's revenues. So I'd like to see that. And the second call is I would like London to be the first in the country to pilot the return of individual learning accounts, of which there are many proven and effective examples around the world. Take Lombardy, for instance, the economic powerhouse of Italy, population of 10 million. London has a population of 9 million. I think there are reported underspends of London's ASF in the accounts. Why don't we use those underspends to pilot ILAs? I think we've had 10 years, basically, and obviously I'm talking talking about ASF in general, not just London's obviously only started in 2019, but of what you'll all be familiar, I assume, with Baroness Alison Wolfe, who of King's College London. She's an expert and was a number 10 advisor for 3 years. She did a podcast just before the election with FE Week, and Sir Michael Barber, the government's deliveries czar, who's been delivery czar for successive governments, was on that too. And Baroness Wolfe said she'd been really disappointed, that's a quote, really disappointed with devolved ASF. And she said it's just a carryover of a pot here and a pot there. And Sir Michael Barber agreed with her and said, yeah, the sector shouldn't be playing the victim card about the halving of the ASF budget overall, because if you can't deliver what you've been given, why are you asking for more? So I hope we might have a chance to delve into that today. And then, you know, just over a month ago, we got the Lords Industry Committee worried about devolved ASF just being a reinventing of Whitehall locally. So, you know, the whole point of devolution surely is to do things differently from Whitehall. And I would argue, and especially for the massive underspends of the non-devolved ASF, these numbers are huge. We should be looking at a completely radical overhaul of how we manage ASF.
Answered my question. I'm now going to go to Assembly Member Ahmed to begin Assembly questions from political groups.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, panel, and thank you all for the way that you've given us a really strong overview. We now have an opportunity to unpick some of what you've said. So my first question is to you, Anthony. So as we know, businesses face a challenge in recruiting appropriately skilled workers and in upskilling their existing staff to expand. What are the needs of the various business communities in London for skills and training, and how does the Adult Skills Fund deliver for those businesses in London?
So I can only really answer from the perspective of smaller businesses rather than businesses in general. And I think that within small businesses, the needs are very, very varied. When I'm speaking to small business leaders, I think time and again, this issue of having to contend in a more competitive environment that is more digitally driven is a recurring theme. So I think this requirement around digital is very important. I think the other big challenge is accessibility of the system. And I think I've seen examples of very innovative uses of the adult education budget, but always by larger organisations. And yet, many of the skills requirements are in smaller organisations. So there is definitely something about how do we make the system as it stands work much better for small businesses and make it easier for them to access.
Thank you very much. Alex, again, going into what you said earlier, so what kind of training would you expect businesses to be providing for their existing workforce?
Thank you. I think it is, of course, really important to look at the role of employers in this as well. And Anthony's highlighted some of those productivity challenges. I would, stress from what I've said around the importance of essential skills, that some of those skills needs that I've highlighted around literacy, numeracy, digital skills are very much part of meeting employers' skills needs. I think in some devolved areas, we've seen the start of some innovative programs that are being commissioned to look at skills brokerage around essential skills in the workplace and tailoring delivery more towards the needs of employers. That should be welcome. But I think there's an employer contribution to make there as well, because our work shows that employer investment in skills has declined by something like 26% over the past 20 years or so, and we lag considerably behind comparable European countries in the extent to which employers invest in their own workforces. So I think we need to factor that into the equation as well.
Thank you very much. Russia, how easy is it for businesses to find appropriate training courses for their employees?
I think at the moment... thank you. I think at the moment it really depends a lot where somebody is located. What we found when we did our research is the education provision differs a lot by borough, but also on top of that, the awareness of provision differs a lot by borough. So what we found is that when people who were in work wanted to do further education, there was a lack of knowledge about if they were entitled to do certain courses, if the courses that they needed to do for their work were close or required a lot of travel. So that was something that came up a few times in some of our interviews, were people who had found a training course, had agreement from the place that they worked to go to it, but it was on the other side of London. And it was very difficult to find if there was an equivalent course nearby, particularly for some of those more specialised courses that I think Anthony mentioned, like management, skill training, things like that. And this on top of it with the fact that, again, a lot of people that we spoke to couldn't necessarily access online courses because they used pay-as-you-go internet, or they really just didn't have access at home. So I would say it's still quite complicated.
Thank you. In the final 30 seconds, Aidan, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I would say I actually chaired some roundtable discussions for Business London when we put together the LSIP. I'm not carrying a brief here today on behalf of Business London, but this issue of smaller businesses not knowing what's available, we actually, one of the key recommendations that came out of those discussions with employers and providers was that we should set up a hub for small businesses to access, to hear what is actually available. On the points that colleagues are making about digital...
I'm so sorry, I'm out of time, but we'll go into that later. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's move on to Assembly Member Giorgio from the Conservative Group.
Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. It's very insightful. Aidan, I found what you said, I think, quite refreshing, because it does highlight a lot of the pitfalls with the current funding arrangement with the Adult Skills Fund, and it's good that we're all honest about what the pitfalls are and how we move forward. So given what everyone's identified as the limitations on the Mayor with regard to the funding that he receives and how he can spend it, do you think the Mayor is doing a good enough job with the powers that he has and the money that he has? And if not, why?
Well, I would argue, I know it's really interesting because this argument has just sprung up again over the massive underspends that the DfE's non-devolved ESF have. I've actually got the figures here. £123 million over the last 2 years. It's a heck of a lot of money. And I would question use the word limitations. I think the whole system is set up not to effectively deliver. So and I'm not going to win any popularity contests here, but if I said to you that the bulk of the budget is allocated on a grant allocated basis, and yet we are, I think it's, in lots of areas in the country, non-devolved, it's 90% grant allocated, only 10% procured, and often 10% procured is presented as filling the gaps, as some sort of afterthought. And I think the figure is, although GLA did start off really well with a big procurement in 2019, it's increasingly relied on framework as well as the grant allocated thing. What I worry about is we don't see the transparency in terms of what the GLA's contracts are with the colleges as to what they're expected to deliver. I know the independent training providers on the framework, for example, are set 25% job outcome targets on their contracts. So I would like to know, in terms of, my whole argument is we should be getting a bigger bang for our buck. And I would like to hear from the officials later exactly how they are approaching the whole grant allocated system, whether it works in the way it should do, and whether they should be looking to reform it.
So, Aidan, based off of that response and what you said in your introduction and some what we've heard from the other panellists, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Are you almost implying that the GLA is almost hiding behind the fig leaf of acting as the middleman for not doing more with the power and the money that they have?
No, I'm not saying that because, as I said in my opening remarks, this is a system that's been with us for over 10 years, and GLA is frankly no different from many other of the other combined authorities, although Teesside are much smaller, obviously, put all 100% of its ASF out to tender. And so, no, I wouldn't be using terms like fig leaf. I just wonder whether GLA, like the other MCAs, has been sufficiently challenged in the way that it uses its ASF. And if we are seeing underspends, isn't it time that they were subject to more rigorous challenge?
Okay, that's it from me for now, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's go to the Lib Dems, Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to go to first to Russia, because I think that the work that Toynbee Hall is doing is amazing. I've visited many times, and the peer research work that you're doing is inspirational and something that I think should be mirrored in so many other institutions. And my main questions are going to be for the panel on educational inequality. So you mentioned the Toynbee Hall's 2022 report for the GLA, and in that it actually makes a case that disabled Londoners were facing significant additional costs when accessing education, having to advocate for themselves and teach others about their needs, providers not providing reasonable adjustments. Since that report, have you seen any change?
Firstly, thank you very much for the kind words about our research. Since that work, a lot of feedback that we've had in other projects has been that the same sort of complications arise, and I think part of that is there's not a centralised push from the GLA to make a really clear set of expectations for what disabled Londoners need to access education. One of the recommendations that came out that disabled people felt really strongly about is that the GLA could have a role of having, and I'm aware that there's stuff in the motion with the Disabled People's Champion, but a centralised unit specifically for disabled people that they could refer challenges to if they've had issues with accessing. For example, we had a lot of people, and this is still the case, that can't access adult education, notebooks or things like that, have their courses explained over the phone when they're trying to select courses. This sort of move to digital only forgets the requirement that disabled people might have for having things through different routes. So I think there's a lot more to be done with the GLA sort of leading the charge, particularly for smaller providers that might not have the time to really dedicate to outlining checklists or researching what can be done, because I think it's a lot more complicated than like installing ramps, which a lot of people don't necessarily realise.
Thank you. I mean, there's an argument to say that even within the GLA, that lack of lived experience is an issue, and perhaps that's something that we could be pushing for together. I know that we'll be in touch about that, having a disability quality champion, which is what we want to do within the London Assembly. And I would like to move on to Alex. I think we had this referred to earlier about adult skills being reduced also during the pandemic. It's been an issue because there was a movement towards online courses. This can disadvantage some people within in terms of barriers to their learning. Do you think things have improved since then, and what do you think we need to do to ensure equality engagement with learning further?
Thank you. So online learning specifically, we have seen that since the pandemic, when obviously there was a huge sort of explosion in online learning, there is enduring interest in online learning, but we've looked at how that's changed in London since COVID for the GLA, and there is kind of quite a mixed picture. So we know that it works really well in some parts of the curriculum, but for some subject areas and for some learners in particular, there are huge barriers to accessing learning online. So we do think that there's more that can be done in the online learning space through the Adult Skills Fund, given the benefits that that might bring to allowing people who are busy at work or busy with other things to access learning. But providers need to have a good and clear rationale and strategy in place for their use of online learning, and there needs to be adequate support for both learners and providers with the costs of delivering online learning, which is sometimes seen to be something that can be, just done, but actually learners have data and equipment costs, providers have costs in terms of adapting their curriculum for online delivery, software licenses and so on. So that does need to be resourced. More widely, we are seeing through our work on the cost of living and access to adult education, a whole range of support needs that learners are coming forward with, specifically around mental health, and often the support that providers are able to offer to adult learners in particular are not tailored well enough to their needs, and there's a question about how much resource is available to meet all of those support needs to access learning as well.
Thank you. And very quickly to Alex and Aidan, the UK participation in the Erasmus scheme was something that we've lost since Brexit. Now, the Mayor was very keen on the Liberal Democrat idea of having a youth mobility scheme. It did go through the London Assembly. He did accept it within his manifesto. Have you had any contact with the GLA on their plans on what they want to do with the youth mobility scheme, or any in terms of their planning towards it? And what has the impact had since Brexit on that particular area for youth mobility with you and your businesses?
Thank you for that. I should declare an interest in that. Since I was invited to this session, I've started working again with a Greenwich-based training provider who has been an absolute pioneer in terms of the Turing scheme, the replacement. Obviously, since we've left the EU, there's been different arrangements, and I think it would be a great shame if we lost the advantages that we've seen from Erasmus and now Turing. So it's interesting. In the Sunday Times, was it Sunday Times? I can't remember. One of the weekend papers was talking about this government having been very not wanting to make any details about, any deals with Brussels about youth mobility. That's now apparently back on the agenda. So, as I say, I think it would be great if we could make some progress on that.
I'm going to have to end it there, but thank you very much for your contributions.
Okay, let's turn to the Greens. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, panel. Alex, if I can begin with you. Unsurprisingly, I want to ask about green skills. We're in a climate crisis. We know that insulating and retrofitting homes is a triple win. Reduces bills, it reduces emissions, and it creates good green jobs. We also know that insulating homes is vital for keeping homes warm in the winter, but also increasingly important cool in the summer too, as we face extreme heating. Is the Mayor doing enough to prepare through the Adult Skills Fund for what should be a higher and higher demand for these green skills?
Thank you for the question. I certainly think that there's more that could be done around green skills. So this is something that we've looked at for World Skills UK. And when you look at people, particularly young people's awareness of what green skills are and what kinds of careers opportunities that might afford to them, there is a very low level of awareness there as to how they can get involved in green skills, despite the fact that young people are very interested in the environment and climate change as something that would motivate them in their careers, but they're struggling to connect their interest in the area with the specific opportunities in skills and careers. So I think certainly more could be done on that. One thing that did come out of our research recently, looking at the rising cost of living, was the ways in which provider costs are also increasing, and some providers who are trying to offer the latest curriculum in terms of green skills are finding that the way in which courses are funded does not always cover some of the costs that they have in the facilities and the resources and the materials they need to deliver that innovative curriculum. And we did suggest that, where that's the case, the GLA needed to look at that to make sure that providers can develop that green skills offer further and that the funding works to support it.
Thank you very much. Risha, if I can turn to you, just to echo my admiration of Toynbee Hall, in fact, with Assemblymember Bakaria came to visit, I think, last year. And thanks for your comments at the beginning of this meeting, too, about marginalised groups. It's always good to see people in public life speaking up for people who need that support. Alex just mentioned there are people who have these barriers to getting involved with green skills. What's your perspective on this?
I think, well, I firstly want to echo what Alex says about just a lack of awareness on how people get involved. We also did a project on the transition to net zero, and it was really clear that people were just very confused by it. So there's a lot, again, with communication. Relating it to marginalised groups, relating it to disabled people and those additional barriers. Again, a lot of the time, some of these skills that are needed for the green transition are much more in-person education. So again, you have issues with how do you get people in who have difficulty traveling somewhere or have childcare responsibilities or caring responsibilities. And I think one of the answers is that there needs to be a lot more local provision. When things are a lot more local, people can rely on, again, it's very interlinked with the transport network and some of the issues around like Dial Ride and things like that. So we've had a lot of feedback, for example, that if someone needs to get there at a certain time, a lot of the provisions that are in place for accessible transport aren't necessarily great. So again, I think more local provision will help tackle some of these barriers, but there needs to be a more wider focus led by lived experience on how we can really design education from the ground up to work for everyone.
That's really helpful, thank you. And James, if I can end with you. So I've been having a long-standing debate with the Mayor for years now, where he says to me, well, it's a chicken and egg situation. I can't put more money into retrofit courses until business and government demonstrate that there's a need for this. And my argument is always that he has this huge procurement power and actually he could create that work. My other problem with what the Mayor's saying is, and it'd be interesting to hear your perspective on this, is that requires a huge agility on behalf of businesses to suddenly leap into action and adapt to the climate emergency. Do you think businesses have that agility? Obviously, that's a broad question. I imagine some will and some won't. But what could the Mayor be doing more to ease that situation? Sorry, if you could turn your mic on.
Sorry, it's Anthony rather than James.
Anthony.
No, it's fine. It's the second time I've been called James today. That's fine. I mean, I think, first of all, it's some research by London Chamber showed that businesses were struggling to find the skills they needed to decarbonise. So there is clearly a need for businesses to have the skills to help them on the process to net zero. There's also some research that was done by Lightcast that showed that there's a growing number of job vacancies across a range of green skills. I think this is also in the context of what I said in my opening comments around businesses really struggling at the moment. And anecdotal evidence that I've received is that many businesses are very, very committed to moving towards net zero and decarbonising, but it's slipped down their list of priorities at the moment as they contend with a range of other sort of issues of just sort of staying afloat. So I think it's there, but it's just slipped down in terms of priorities for many businesses.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and sorry about getting your name wrong. It's the perils of sitting at this angle. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move to Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel, for the comments you made so far. And my question is going to be directed largely at Aidan, if that's okay. If there's time, possibly Anthony as well, but as you can see, the clock is ticking. What I'm keen to understand very much, and also thank you the research unit for this very comprehensive briefing, which has been very helpful. But what I'm keen to understand is to what extent all of these programmes are genuinely geared up for equipping people to find lasting, genuine, meaningful jobs in the productive parts of the economy, or whether it's largely sort of creating certificates for the sake of creating certificates. So I note in here that on page 9, the recipients of grant funding have traditionally been colleges and local authorities, and that on page 5, the ASF does not fund apprenticeships or traineeships. I note on page 23, the London Learners Survey found that 24% of learners moving from unemployment into employment. That seems quite low to me. I wonder how that compares to other regions. In particular, I've seen results from a West Yorkshire Combined Authority-backed programme, Telecom Skills, that where they saw broadband rollouts being hindered by labour shortages, they launched an intensive training programme for telecoms engineers, which has seen over 4,000 graduates from that programme, of which 81% have found employment. So how do we get some more real success stories like that and make sure that we're creating sustainable job opportunities for the people that attend the courses and not just the people that deliver them?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that goes to the heart of my opening remarks, that we need much more focus on outcomes as we do on participation. So you refer to the London Learner Survey, which itself is not, let's face it, is not an exact science in terms of giving us hard numbers. But, you know, London has 305,000 people currently unemployed, and the survey seems to be suggesting that only 23,000 people are getting jobs as a result of the ASF. Shouldn't we be doing better out of a £345 million budget? I think there is scope for innovation. Unfortunately, West Yorkshire's just had to pull their ASF tender because of discrepancies, and the DFE is currently being sued over the last non-devolved ASF. But I do, you know, in my opinion, you've hit the nail on the head. We have got to find a way of looking at how many people, London residents, progress into sustainable employment as a result of this programme. And I don't think we're doing enough in that regard. There's some, you know, encouraging stuff in the London Learners Survey, like the move from people who are on 0-hour contracts to permanent employment, although it uses the word helped. It doesn't actually tell me whether they got permanent employment. And then, you know, there are incentives in there that each colleges get £400 incentive for landing a person a job as a result of their ASF delivery. I just think, you know, the whole thing has to be reviewed in terms of delivering the things that you want, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So in the last minute I have, perhaps Anthony, if you have some comments from the business perspective on that.
Just by way of example, I'm leading a project with University of East London to help 300 young Londoners into work. What astonishes me is that they are 300 amazing young people. I've met many of them. They are 1 or 2 steps away from a meaningful job, but it means that they're currently in 0-hour employment, minimum salary employment, and they're not getting that. They're not being able to take that first step onto the employment ladder. And it does, for me, it highlights that many young people are coming through the education system in from various different angles and are just not getting those essential skills they need in order to start a meaningful career. And for me, that's a real worry.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and morning panel. I have a couple of questions about the support for disabled Londoners. I know we've talked a bit about this, Assembly Member Bakari's talked about that, so I'll just ask a couple of follow-ups on that. So, Risha and Alex, I think those questions to be with you. So, obviously, we've talked about the barriers that a lot of disabled people face in terms of accessing adult skills support. Wonder whether you could talk about whether there's a mechanism for challenging lack of support. So obviously, ideally, it'd be best to, as you say, build it from the ground up. But if that's not working, is there a mechanism to get voices heard?
Yeah, I think at the moment the mechanism's not really there. When we did interviews and even, like I said, subsequent research projects, we found that people don't also necessarily know where to complain or get help from. But I think an additional issue is that there are lots of people within the adult education system that also don't necessarily know that they have challenges. And this happened quite a few times within our interviews. People related stories of the reason that they had a lack of education. They left school without any qualifications. This is normally middle-aged, ethnic minority interviewees who had basically been told that the reason that they didn't get qualifications was that they weren't intelligent. And it was only in adult education that tutors started picking up that they had things like dyslexia that needed support. But then there was an additional challenge where often people had used up sort of their one chance or their free allocation by the time this was picked up and correctly diagnosed. So there's also something in there that I would say that and this is something that GLA will need to work with providers on, is how do you make something that is really proactive at spotting some of these issues so that learners can also know that they're entitled to support and know that they can access some of these services as well.
So when we looked at the impact of the rising cost of living on Londoners' access to adult education, one of the key things that we said there was that it is really important that adults do have access to dedicated learning and welfare support. But that's not always readily available. So sometimes smaller learning providers may not have the specialist staff to provide that. It could be relying on administrative or teaching staff to have that knowledge of where to signpost and refer to support, and that could probably be strengthened and enhanced, and there's a number of ways in which you could do that. In the larger providers, that support is probably available, but then it may be more focused on younger learners rather than the needs specifically of adults. So adults may be reluctant to access that service if it's seen as being something that's there for kind of teenagers to access, not with their problems. So we do think that there's more that could be done to make sure that that offer is more consistent wherever people choose to learn. But also we noticed in that work that there are a lot of programmes for financial and other forms of assistance that are being supported by the Mayor across London, and some of it is about joining up so that learning providers know that there is support available from some of those other programmes and they know where to refer people to, but it does require somebody to be there to kind of keep on top of all that information and those sources of support.
Yeah, thank you. And what you're saying sort of, I think, reminds of the value of adult education, in that it gives people a second chance when, for a whole range of reasons, they didn't get that when they were at school. And I do think that most people who work in adult education are very, very aware of those challenges because they're dealing with people all the time, and yeah, making sure that they have the time and support to be able to support people is really important. So just following up on that, I suppose just specifically also talking about adult skills and supporting disabled people into employment, what works best? What's the best practice to actually get people both into the skills and then through into employment?
I think one of the strongest recommendations that we had in the report that was really shaped by disabled people was trying to make a move away from really traditional forms of adult education. And obviously some of that can be a little bit further out and be, more like future facing in terms of co-design. But there are also really simple things like not just all sitting in a desk facing the wall and allowing people to, if they need to, get up and move around. If you think about it, in a lot of ways, the way that we structure adult education isn't the way that the working world necessarily works. You wouldn't have to necessarily be quiet. You could ask for help. You could work in a collaborative way. And so introducing some of that into adult education also helps with the transition, because at the moment I think a lot of the structures with adult education don't serve disabled people in a way that workspaces are often a little bit more flexible. Hopefully that makes a bit of sense. So I think encouraging that level of flexibility, encouraging the idea that people should be able to do things a bit differently in the adult education space will help get people into those spaces and learning. Like we had a lot of interviewees, for example, who couldn't go into something that was a traditional classroom setup because they would have panic attacks based on their experiences of school. And so if you can't get people into the education structures they need, you can't get them into the work, even though they're perfectly capable.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Do you have anything to add? I've slightly run out of time, by the way.
Just briefly to add, I mean, in our wider work, we estimate that only around 1 in 10 disabled people receive support to access employment. Yet we know that there are many disabled people who do want to work. And I think that the work skills and health plans are going to be an opportunity to join up some of that support. And some of the elements of the Adult Skills Fund, like tailored learning, which can support confidence building, could be a really important part of the mix there in supporting people who are economically inactive to a point where they're able to actively contemplate work and then progress into the skills provision that may help them get it. So we'd like to see more joining up on this agenda, certainly.
Thanks very much. Back to you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Morning, Aidan. You mentioned just a moment ago about discrepancies in Yorkshire, and in your earlier remarks you talked about the lack of transparency in adult skills funding in London. One of the things we've picked up through the audit panel here, which I chair, is problems of fraud, where money moving down through the system gets picked up by the wrong people and then not spent on students. I don't know whether that's something you've come across, or whether your suggestions, which I'd be interested in you elaborating on in terms of transparency, that might help us get a grip on that, both to scale and to prevent it recurring.
That's really interesting, Mr. Garrett. I'm not aware of fraud being a major issue as far as ASF is concerned. So it's really interesting to hear you say that. Either here or in other parts of the country. Fraud, there have been scandals in the apprenticeship programme in terms of what they call ILRs, learner returns, but very little in relation to ASF. So now I think in terms of what I'm talking about transparency, is I'd like to see more transparency in terms of outcomes, rather than relying on extrapolations from the learner survey. Surely the GLA must know what the providers are delivering for them, and we should also know a bit more, I think, about the targets that the GLA are setting in those contracts. Obviously I've done a lot of homework for today and gone through a lot of documents, but I can't find anything in terms of what is agreed in the funding agreements between the GLA and the large college groups and the independent training providers as to exactly what they have to deliver, except I know that the ITPs are set at 25% job target.
So in other words, it's very hard to track. So money goes in, some students somewhere are hopefully learning something, but it's very hard to tell who's learning what and what benefit either to the students or to the wider society is occurring as a result.
Yeah, there's this marvellous database the GLA have got, which will give you lovely numbers about participation. I've been through all those, but in terms of actual outcomes, we're very reliant on the extrapolations from the learner surveys. So I do think more work could be done in that regard in terms of transparency.
It does sound like a piece of work for us to pick up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Now I'm looking to Assembly members. Are there any more questions at this part of the session? Okay, with that, we've now reached the end of that. I'd like to thank our guests in terms of the contributions they've shared with us this morning. Look, there may well be some further questions that arise from Assembly members, and we might want to enter into communication with you. Or you may think, hold on, I just want to re-emphasise some thoughts. You can always write directly to us. But is there any final thoughts very quickly that you think that you want to raise, any new issues that you feel that we've not covered this morning, that briefly, you don't have to take the opportunity, but I'm not going to discourage you. Aidan.
Yes, I would ask you please to challenge the officials to look closely at the examples around the world of individual learning accounts. There are fantastic examples in places like Singapore. Individual states in the US have what they call ITAs, individual training accounts, and there are countries all over Europe that have used them very, very effectively. There are lots of benefits in terms of what Anthony was talking about earlier. So it would be great if, for example, the underspends in the budget were used to pilot them in London.
Anthony.
The point that I just want to emphasise is a lot of the discussion today has been around the supply side of adult education, and it's absolutely imperative that the supply side is right and fit for purpose. I think the other element that really needs attention is the demand side. How do we get employers to identify those skills gaps in their organisation and see adult education as a route to fill those skills gaps? Because without having the demand side balanced with the supply side, we can have a superb system, but just nobody using it. So attention, there needs to be equal amount of attention. I would argue there needs to be equal amount of attention on the demand side.
Thank you. Any more? Can I again just repeat, thank you for your contributions this morning. We're going to propose for an adjournment for 2 minutes for a quick change round for our next panel of guests. I'll bang the gavel. Thank you very much. Welcome back. We now move to the second panel for our question and answer session on adult skills funds. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Richard Watts, Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor of London, Ayo Akandi, who's the Assistant Director Skills and Employment Delivery, Greater London Authority, and Anne-Marie Soyinka, Assistant Director Skills and Employment Policy at the GLA. There will be a lead question off from me as Chair to all our guests. Assembly members will then put supplementary questions. Please can I just remind Assembly members to say who they would like an answer from when they put their questions, and can we ask the guests to be mindful of the time, we're on the clock today, to be succinct in their answers so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. The questions from me to each of you is, how has the Mayor delivered the Adult Skill Fund since it was delegated 5 years ago, and what impact has it had?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Firstly, can I start off by giving apologies for that I am here instead of Howard Dorber, who's no doubt both more interesting than me, but also, more importantly, the Deputy Mayor responsible for this work. So, the delegation of the Adult Skills Fund happened in 2019. Ayo and Anne-Marie, who are the heads of our joint heads of our skills team, to give some more of the detail around this. We have tried, though, within I think the key context in all of this is both understanding that, as your question says, we have delegated, not devolved power in this area, and therefore our skills, for example, as I heard one of the previous speakers say, to introduce an individual learning account approach simply doesn't exist. We administer a national system. We don't control a London-based skill system, and we provide about 20% of the total money going into the basically the broad skills and employment system across London, to give you a bit of a sense of our kind of relative commissioning power compared to government and other players. But what we have tried to do is to, both in a big transfer of funding for a key sector for London, to manage it in a way that has both not destabilise the sector. Hence, a decision was taken before I arrived at the GLA to broadly leave the funding system the GLA inherited in place for 2 years, in order to give colleges and other providers time to adjust to the GLA taking this work from the Skills Funding Agency, and then from that point on have started to make changes to the rules within the scheme of delegation that we are allowed to tailor the scheme more to London's needs. I'm sure we can come on to all of that, but that's just wanted to set out the broad approach at the beginning.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us here today. I'll also just add to what Richard has said so far, to just say that obviously at the point when we took over the administration of the Adult Skills Fund or Adult Education budget in London, we went straight into a pandemic. And that meant that there was much reduced demand for a skills provision in London following the onset of the pandemic, and so our focus at that point was making sure that we can re-engage Londoners with learning and to ensure that we can make it as accessible for them as possible. And I think we have succeeded in that we've been able to engage over 1 million learners in adult education provision since the funding was devolved to the Mayor, and we have outperformed non-devolved delivery of the Adult Skills Fund provision. We've also been able to introduce a lot of innovation as to how we realign the skills provision that we fund with business needs, and the Mayor's Skills Academy is a key example of how we've brought employers and providers together to co-design provision and ensure that the provision that learners are getting access to is meeting the skills gaps of our economy. And that has really been highlighted by both businesses and by training providers as a best practice example across all of the devolved areas. Finally, I'll just kind of point to the fact that we have, as Richard said, been keen to kind of support the sector, been keen to kind of be aware of the cost of living crisis and the impact that that has had on delivery of skills provision in London. And as such, we have ensured that we are using the levers that we have in terms of setting funding rates to encourage providers to really deliver the courses that we think are priority courses for the growth sectors in London. I'm happy to talk a bit more about that later.
Thank you for having us as well. Just to add to Richard and Anne-Marie, one of the other things that we've been able to do since delegation is to help the sector be stabilized across the country. You may also know that FE sector across this country suffered a lot of instability, but with delegation in London, we were able to do that and support the sector, continue the historic grant allocation to the big colleges, as previous guests said, but also started to move them gradually into not just recording participation, but started to move them into understanding what delivery of outcome actually means. It's important to just quickly clarify as well that we've also managed to ensure that there is little to no underspend in the country. As a previous guest said as well, there is a recent article about the massive amount of underspend across the country, particularly in the non-devolved areas. But that's not the case in London because of how innovative and proactive we have been in terms of managing the budget as a whole as well, just to add to Richard and Anne-Marie as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's begin with our first question from the political groups. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. My first question is to Richard Watts. Richard, the government's developing a new industrial strategy and they've identified the lack of skills as a key barrier to growth and will develop partnerships between business, government and workers to challenge this. How will the GLA contribute its expertise to the development of the government's industrial strategy, and what impact could that strategy have on skills in London?
Thank you, Assembly Member. So I think there's two things to say. So part of the National Industrial Strategy, as we currently understand, is that each region and mayoral authority will be expected to produce a local industrial strategy. That's the technical term for the London Growth Plan that we've talked about at length, that we're working with London's boroughs to produce. So that is all bound up in the same piece of work. We're you will have seen, of anyone who's read the kind of published Towards a London Growth Plan document issued by the GLA, London Councils and LMP, that we've split that up into two large chunks of work. One is a series of economic developments to drive London's emerging productive sectors, and the other is what we're terming an inclusive talent strategy that effectively will then try to provide a pipeline of talent from Londoners into those sectors. And a lot of the work we are currently doing, which is a combination of both understanding what flexibilities we have within the existing delegated powers we have at the moment, but also then a conversation with government about what further powers we need, are then to design to have the aim here is, as people have said, a much more employer-led skills system. We have commissioned Bloomberg Associates to look at global best practice on this. They are currently looking at the Irish Skills Net system as an exemplar international system that, frankly, the rest of the UK should cover. But London should try to learn from. So the work is currently going on to understand then how we can use the system to move our skills system much more in that employer-led direction to make sure that we are the engine of the growth plan.
Thank you. What's the one thing government can change to make skills training in London better? I'll let you decide who wants to answer that.
Should I? So, I think there's two things, if I may, but they are linked. One of which is giving London, the GLA, and other partners power to we broadly control, within very limited horizons, 20% of the funding at the moment. We need more local control as a matter of principle, and both because it gives us that sense that we can actually then start to shape a system. I think the second thing is either moving the national system or giving us the flexibility to move the local system much more in that direction, away from where we have been under governments of all three main parties over the last 20-odd years of a kind of learner-led funding model into a more clearly directed employer-led model.
Thank you. And finally, will the GLA be submitting responses to the government's Green Paper Invest 2035? Again, who would like to answer that?
So again, it's probably one for me. I don't know is the honest answer. I think we're having a lot of conversations with the government there, and maybe responding to green papers isn't the most productive route to have some of those conversations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let's move on to... Oh, sorry, just before I bring in the next Assembly member, can I welcome Year 9 Politics Society from Mulberry Schools Trust in Hackney? Hiya. Welcome to our deliberations. Let's move on to Assembly Member Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Richard, what are the average salaries and average length of contracts of those who finish GLA-funded education courses?
I don't know.
Right. Okay. Do you not think it would be helpful if we did know?
I think it would be great if we know, but we have no means to know at the moment.
Well, with the greatest respect, we seem to have the means to work out all sorts of other things with spurious numbers. You know, it could be the impact or lack of impact of ULEZ, for example. So we managed to have the money to do that sort of stuff. But given that we do, and perhaps the officers may want to jump in on this, that we do have, you know, we top slice, I think, a decent amount for the running of this programme. How, therefore, do we not have the information of whether, I think it was still in the audience, Aidan mentioned earlier that we are not assessing outcomes properly. Now, that's not a criticism of the scheme overall, but how do we know if what we're doing is working in terms of long-term career prospects and income for those finishing courses if we don't have those numbers?
So, Assembly Member, forgive me, before you were elected, I spent about an hour at the Budget and Performance Committee talking about exactly this. So some of what I was saying in response to your question, noting that as all three people on the panel are politically restricted, I can't respond to some of it, about how we track data, the limitations of the current system that we are stuck with and how we are trying to fix that. So, what we have at the moment is a relationship with FE where FE colleges are responsible for us to reply to us about the data that they are held to account for under the terms of the national system. The team can talk more about what that is at the moment. No one has the resource in the system to track learners after they leave college, which is, you know, colleges can't do that because, you know, we're talking about tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people. The GLA has no mechanism to do that at the moment as well. We introduced the London Learners Survey, the first of its kind anywhere in the country, to try to give us some aegis into this data, and that is groundbreaking, and we're not... Certainly, we were the first people to do this, so we have better data on this than any other skills commissioning authority in the country. So I would respectfully push back that we are not cutting edge here. I think we are. We are just working in an imperfect world. What we do, though, is now have some access because... of kind of more constructive relationships with government developed over, you know, to be fair, the last 18 months, not just the last 5, to have access to what is termed the government's LEO data set, which we were refused access to before. That does give us access through some DWP data to longitudinal results that come for people who go into college. We are now under it, you know, this because of I would absolutely agree with you about the central importance of this work. We're now working to try to use that data to turn it into a usable project that will then help shape commissioning and help some of our services. And I think the Assembly would be, you know, wholly justified in checking in with us about the progress of that work and asking us to report back to you on it.
Well, fortunately for you, Richard, I am here now. You know, so that's a good thing, I guess. We can thank the electorate for that. But, you know, look, you referenced the learner survey, which I don't think anyone has criticised it. I think it is a good thing. But I guess going back to my initial question is, and I don't mean to be dismissive, it was a very long answer, so just to distill it a bit, is your ambition to have the figures that I referenced in my first questions in the future?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. Very limited time, so if one person could answer my question. We were discussing disabled Londoners and the additional costs and barriers they have to accessing education. What more is the Mayor doing on this?
Thank you. So there are a few provisions already available to providers to support learners with disabilities. So we've got the learning support, which is available to providers, which enables them to actually get facilities and tools that will support people in learning, as well as learner support, which is looking at like removing additional barriers in terms of access, like childcare or transport or things like that. So there is that provision already available to providers. I guess the next step of that is how we work with providers to make sure that that is being used more effectively. And that will be part of the work that we do as part of the development of the inclusive talent strategy. And we will be engaging with specialist providers as well that work with people with disabilities and learning difficulties to make sure that the provision that we have or that the access that we have is consistent across all providers.
So there is more to be done?
Yes.
Yeah, because you did hear what the previous panel did say. There's definitely a need of more people within the GLA, even with lived experience, to be part of that co-design aspect of your work. And my last question, Richard, I received this brilliant report from the Portal Trust, and one of the asks that it has within its recommendations is that there's an educational guarantee for London learners, a collaborative structure to form a London guarantee that is supported by the GLA, developed by the GLA, and it's an enhanced level of support impacted, particularly for the people with the inequality aspect that we've been talking about. So do you agree with this recommendation? Do you think you'll be supporting this, and how will you address it?
I'm very happy if you wouldn't mind sending me the report so I can understand more what we're being asked to guarantee.
It's all about making sure that we have a pan approach to London and collaboration throughout. And I think this is a real move forward if we are going to have a true devolution going forward for education in London.
Yeah, as I say, please do send me the report, and I'm very happy to get back to you on it.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Hey, Anne-Marie. You know I'm going to be asking you about retrofitting. The Mayor declared a retrofit revolution, and at the time he did, there was more Assembly members in London than there was retrofit coordinators. I wrote a report about it, and in it, one of the recommendations was about making a pathway to retrofit courses. To be totally fair to the Mayor, he's then set up 8 retrofit courses, 24-25, from the Adult Skills Boot Camp. So things feel like they're moving. We've also got the government now talking about investing, training and employing people. All really good progress. What's next?
I think in terms of, obviously we're working closely with Environment Team and other colleagues on the progress of the London Office for Retrofit. We are also looking to develop a green skills strategy over the next few months, which will bring together the work that we've done with London councils and with the Environment Team to make it much clearer for Londoners how to access the pathways into green employment and the various and bringing together the system, not just for adult skills provision, but across, into higher education and other offers that enable people to access those jobs.
Great. I'm not sure if you had the previous conversation with Russia, I'll come to in a second, Richard, from Toynbee Hall, and she was talking about the need for marginalised communities in particular in the local area to be included in the co-design. How will you be hearing from the voices of Londoners in those green skills strategy?
Yeah, there will be extensive consultation as part of it. And also because we're working with London councils who are, working with those marginalised groups and have access to a lot of data from various areas in London, we'll be bringing all of that into the design of that strategy.
Thank you, Richard.
So I read your report with interest, and thank you for it. My honest view, looking at this from a system perspective, is the problem in retrofit isn't supply of work as it's demand for work. And if you provide the demand for work, the supply of courses and the supply of workers will follow that. But colleges aren't going to invest in putting those courses on unless they're confident there is a supply of labour at the end. And ultimately, there's always been a chance. What we're talking about are basic building and plumbing skills in the main. To be a heat pump engineer, you just need to be a plumber and then do a day-long course to be able to fit heat pumps. There has always been a historic challenge in persuading people to do those courses, again because of the lack of confidence about the supply pipeline. So I think there is a skills element to all of this, but I think that is a lagging indicator. The critical thing is using London Office of Retrofit to coordinate a pipeline of demand, where because of the enormous financial pressure on housing owners, that is not coherent or consistent at the moment. And I think if we can get that demand pipeline right, the skill supply will follow.
It was all going so well, Richard. I felt like that was a much more nuanced way of using the chicken and egg metaphor that the Mayor has used with me multiple times. Would you not accept that the Mayor has a huge budget, or a relatively huge budget, in which procurement could push this demand?
I mean, the Mayor does have a huge budget. The biggest procurement thing is tube trains and other, kind of bits of heavy capital. I mean, I'm more than happy to talk to you about where you think the Mayor's procurement budget could be used, because actually when we're talking about the GLA mayoral budget, I come back to the fact that it remains smaller than the amount of money I used to spend on adult social care when I was leader of Islington Council. So across functional bodies and across the very large and diverse chunk of GLA funding, we are working through the London Anchors institutions, we're working through the group collaboration process in order to coordinate work on this, but taking a gross figure for everything the Mayor does and saying, with all of this money, can't you do a bit more? I think misunderstands the nuances of the GLA group budgeting process.
I mean, we'd step into a political conversation, which I realise you can't do, but I would say when the Mayor declared a retrofit revolution, that was the thing he should have sorted out first. We now have a Labour government, and if he wants to be the Mayor tackling the climate crisis, retrofit will have to be at the centre of that, and I hope he'll be having those conversations.
Oh, I mean, absolutely, but that wasn't actually the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make was that when if your biggest single item, for example, is new Piccadilly line procurement, then adding a retrofit element to that is, you're of limited scope.
Sure, but we could talk about renewable energy there too. And anyway, yes. Anne-Marie, if I can change the subject, I'd like to move towards refugees. So a year ago, I asked a conversation about refugees and helping them to access particularly courses. And I was told that there wasn't data because it wasn't held in the individualised learner record, the ILR. Has any progress been made on that since we last spoke? And are you able to understand better now how many refugees are taking up courses?
Unfortunately, the ILR is a government-owned system, and so we have very limited influence over the data that it collects. We work very closely to try and influence that, but at the moment we haven't been able to get any further data on that area.
Will you be making any formal representations for data?
Yeah, I think as part of our kind of devolution ask, there's a range of data asks that we have of central government to help us better understand our provision and to better target our provision. So yes, we will be hoping to get more.
So will one of those data asks be specifically around refugees and their access to courses?
I expect so.
Okay, I will take that for now. How are you reaching out to refugees to bring them in and to essentially make sure that there are courses available to them?
I might want to come in on our community outreach.
So we've got a community outreach program that is going from strength to strength, and one of the 19 groups that we are really targeting is that group of Londoners as well. Overall, last year we reached about 5,000 more generally, not more than that group, out of the 19 most disadvantaged groups of Londoners that program is reaching. We've increased that this year into a 1 million program, partly funded by Adult Skills Fund and the Multiply Fund as well. And the target this year is to reach about 6,000 of those groups and to refer into education and learning about 4,000 of those groups as well.
Good to hear, thank you. Richard, my final question is about care experienced young people. So care experienced young people, particularly in London, are facing some of the worst inequalities, particularly those who come from marginalised groups where it's exacerbated. I asked a question to the Mayor at Mayor's Questions, which was about making sure there was a guaranteed interview scheme with the GLA for care experienced young people through its hiring processes. And if there wasn't a process, would he consider investigating it? Found out there wasn't one yet, but there was a meeting on the 14th of November of the GLA group HR Collaboration Professional Community, HRCPC for short. Could I ask what the result of that meeting was, and is this something you're considering?
I don't know, I'm afraid, because it's not really part of the scope of this session. However, I'm more than happy to ask them to get back to you about it.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. I want to concentrate a little bit on construction in particular, because I think we all know there's some difficulties there. Does London currently have the construction skills it needs to build 80,000 homes per year as required by government draft planning reforms?
No.
No, okay. What are you doing about filling that gap?
Yeah, so there's, I think, a few things that we're doing. There's the Mayor Skills Academies that I mentioned earlier, where we have a particular focus on construction and green skills, where we're co-designing new courses with providers to make sure that we're able to train up enough people to meet the growing need. There's also the Skills Bootcamps programme, where, again, we've set aside a certain amount of money that is delivering skills bootcamps to support the construction sector. In addition to that, I also sit on a group that was organised or developed by the G15 housing leads to look at skills needs over the next 10 years and to identify the exact occupations and types of skills that are needed, so that we can then use that to look at how we can work together, not just in adult education, but across the whole skills sector, and partner with housing associations, with their budgets, their training budgets, to help make our to match fund some of the provision that is needed to meet those skills gaps.
Thank you.
So, I didn't mean to give you a flippant answer to previously. I'm just trying to be honest. I think just to put some flesh on the bones, though, of the kind of Quest Driving Act, I think we are very clear to get. I think there's a shared consensus. This is a problem that needs to be cracked. There are, but to give you a sense of the length and the depth of the problem, to give you a sense of, I think that it's going to take some pretty big measures to crack it. There has been a historic failure of the construction industry going back many years to invest in their own forms of trading. There is significant market failure and, frankly, industry culpability in this point as well. The construction industry has been famous for, relatively dubious employment practices like fake subcontracting, fake self-employment, and a whole range of other stuff. It has been for many years a industry that has preferred to import labour rather than train it up. And I think the problems that we are now facing go back 30 or 40 years, actually, that we are trying to do. And I think that there are more enlightened voices in the sector who would recognise that. And I remember going back to my previous job, where the sector was coming to us to say, we know we are really, enlightened voices in the sector were coming back to us to say, we know we are really bad at apprenticeships. We start lots of apprenticeships because they're mandated in Section 106 programmes, but because the jobs on site that those employment contracts are required to do often don't last as long as you need to complete an apprenticeship. Many of those apprenticeships aren't completed, and we need to relook at London's system. Which is a thing that required kind of boroughs who oversee the Section 106 agreements and the system and others to work together. And limited progress was made at that point. It certainly was not a consensus view in the sector. So I do not excuse the sector for a minute on here, and I'm quite happy to say that publicly. There is also a failure of the skills system in all of this as well. I remember in my previous job talking to a number of medium-sized constructors of the kind of niche in the market that we need to step up to get the category acceleration of London's house building that we need. They were very clear that many of the skills of people coming out of FE colleges at that point were dated, and that they were not suitable for the skills of the modern construction industry, where techniques have changed enormously over the past couple of decades. If Howard were here, we'd tell a really interesting story, because he comes from a property sector background, where people coming out of FE, bricklayers coming out of FE colleges have fantastic technical skills and can construct a telling real stories, can construct you a beautiful brick arch with enormous technical accuracy, because that is what the syllabus of the course is to do. But it takes them a fair bit of time, and actually what you need from a construction site is laying flat bricks out like thousands at a time at enormous pace. So there's a disconnect then between what's coming out of colleges, and in fact many constructors have said to us that they then need to retrain people who then are trained as well. So we are trying, through the work that Anne-Marie and I have talked about, to change the sector. There's also then a very clear role for new providers, new entrants and some disruptors into this as well, in order to get new trainers. But we've seen that there has been some challenges with kind of some of the private providers in all of this, where we need to be sure about scale, length of operation and so on. So I think, and there remains the persistent problem of not being able to guarantee good jobs to go into, so being historically able to recruit people to volunteer to choose to do these courses, which is what the whole system relies on, has been historically challenging and has been for decades. So I don't say any of this to underplay the fact we need to get on with this. I just want to say that we need to work on all of these issues at the same time.
I didn't think I could enjoy your second answer more than your first. I thought your first answer was spot on. Your second answer is great detail, and I really do appreciate that. So I'm going to slightly change tack. We've talked a lot about outcomes, and you've made some comments about why outcomes can't be tracked. But are you doing any work to track outcomes? Because the question I would ask to the skills people involved here, how do you know you are financing the right skills if you're not tracking outcomes? You know, are you just taking for granted what you're being told by colleges? And that there is a worry that colleges might not be tracking where the employment is. So how do you know?
Thank you. So we are doing a lot of work to track outcomes. We referred earlier to the London Learner Survey, which is a major piece of work that we do to track outcomes. And that work has shown us that 46% of people who engage with adult education go from unemployment into employment or into further learning. We also know that those who have engaged with the adult education budget on average have experienced an 8% increase in their wages. So we do know that, you know, there is positive outcomes that are coming from people engaging.
Can I just interrupt you just because of time? So yes, those people are getting jobs. Yeah. Are you saying it's a direct result of being in the training? Because it strikes me, if someone's trying to get trained, they're the busy type who will find a job come what may. But is it a result of the training they've had? Is there a causation there, or is it just a relationship because somebody is active?
Well, it's always difficult to say 100% that it's a causal relationship. What we can measure is that this person has completed the course, and within 6 months after completing the course, they've gone into work or further learning. I think what we can say is that a lot of these people are people who are engaging in very low skilled, who are gaining essential skills. They're going from a position of low skills into, having gained essential skills. So we would extract from that the course that they've taken has had a major role in them being able to move into work.
Okay. And just to add to that, there is a baseline as well with the London Learner Survey. So at the start of the session, the learners that are engaging in the training, the baseline of their position, the status, is also taken to measure what happens. Well, Marie is right. We're not sure in between completing that. Is it because of the cost? Or is it not? But we know where they've started from, and we know where they've ended. That's what the London Learner Survey is measured.
I want to talk about underspends quickly. So you say you've eradicated underspends. Are you sure that money is being spent properly? Because the fact that it's underspent signifies something. The fact anybody can spend money. Whatever money you've got, I could find some way to spend it. But is it being spent effectively? Because a waste is worse than an underspend. So how are you satisfying yourself that you are not just filling a gap so that it looks good on a report, you're actually being effective?
Thank you. That's a good question. Historically, before the delegation, colleges weren't being measured in terms of outcomes in that regard, as you heard earlier on. But in my opening statement, I said we gradually moved away from that. So 4 years now, we've implemented something called a delivery plan. Every year we work with each of the colleges to develop a delivery plan. So we know exactly what is being planned. We work with them and negotiate that. And there is a target from each of the colleges. So we know exactly what the money is being spent on based on according to newly employed, young Londoners, black, Asian, minority, ethnic, disabled, but also into those key sectors that we've aligned, that we've said to them that is the mayor's priority as well. So we can actually say, yeah, the money is going into the direction that is the mayor's priority as well.
Okay. Richard, I just want to quickly come to you. Would the increase in employers' national insurance make it more difficult to recruit and train more construction workers?
I don't know. I've not seen any figures on it, to be honest.
So you don't think it'll have any impact on the bottom line of businesses to recruit people?
I said I don't know. I'm not aware of data on it either way.
What do you think? What do you think?
I mean, you're asking me to go into the realm of speculation.
Yes, I am. Speculate. I absolutely
Thank you. I mean, it's usually pretty unwise for officers of the authority to speculate on such matters. I would have thought. I'm sure there'll be some national data on it.
Richard, you sound a lot like a politician there. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your answer so far. I'm just going to go back to that point about construction that was raised earlier. Anne-Marie, you talked about the Mayor's skills academies, and as we understand it, we've already seen thousands of Londoners trained in construction, including over 13,000 in green construction this year. You've talked about the work with the G14, which is incredibly important, of course, in terms of developing homes, and that significant skills shortage that still exists. So, as I understand it, this includes only having 85% of the roofers that are needed. You talked about identifying with the G14 what other skill sets are required going forward and using their apprenticeship levies, their skills funds to be able to tap into and make sure that money goes as far as possible to deal with some of the challenges that Richard and yourself have both raised in terms of this sector. When would you hope to be able to have a plan effectively as to where you're going to be going next on this?
I wouldn't give a specific timeline at the moment because there are a lot of moving parts to this issue. Obviously, as you're aware, there is the development of the growth and skills levy, or the kind of transformation of the apprenticeship levy into the growth and skills offer, and that is a huge opportunity in terms of the ability or the opportunity that might come from to be able to put more investment into supporting the house building sector. There's only so far that the adult skills budget can go, and it only funds certain levels of provision. So we are, our kind of power here is quite limited to be able to provide the skills that are needed. But we are working with central government. We're meeting regularly with Skills England. We actually hosted a roundtable with employers in partnership with Skills England and some of the MCAs earlier this week to make sure that we're making the case to Skills England of the skills that are needed in our key growth sectors. So there's a bit of work to do with central government to be able to get the levers that we need to be able to fill these gaps. Which is why, unfortunately, I won't be able to give a timeline at this point, but we're definitely working on it.
No, appreciate that, Anne-Marie. And then in terms of next year's skills, adult skills fund, do you feel that there's going to be any changes that you're going to be able to make to that to reflect the work?
So we are developing our essential skills strategy, which we hope to be able to release next year, along with the inclusive talent strategy. So there's a few plans that we hope to be able to release next year that will give providers more direction around how we want them to use the adult skills budget and to support our key sectors.
Just including this green strategy that Anne-Marie talked about earlier on as well. So those will be consulted together. So that I can fit it into how the adult skills fund is going to be used.
That's very positive to hear. So one thing I'm just going to move on to is that within the construction industry and having worked and delivered apprenticeships in that sector previously, it's very evident that women only take up 14% of the construction workforce and only 2% in trade occupations. So how will we be using the adult skills fund working to attract women into construction going forward?
Thank you. I think there's a lot of work that we're doing with providers to be able to open up the construction sector to women. We actually had this year's London Learning Awards a few examples of women who had, been the first in their colleges to actually take up certain construction roles. I think as part of our inclusive talent strategy, again, we'll be consulting with the sector and with colleges and with learners to really understand some of the barriers for women engaging in that sector and looking at how we can support the removal of those.
Whilst in current delivery as well, the Mayor Skills Academy, the green orbs of that are really focusing on, one of the key problems they're focusing on is how to get women into the construction industry. So that's also been a current consideration as well.
That's incredibly positive. And then finally, just sticking with housing, clearly one of the challenges that we've seen rise over the last 14 years has been the growth of homelessness and rough sleeping. One of those routes out to that is obviously skills and in terms of long-term employment opportunities. Just super quickly, what focus will you be giving that going forward?
Yeah, we are working, there's a specific work stream under the GLA internal delivery plans, which is looking at that, and we'll be contributing to joining up the skills system into that.
The Mayor and the boroughs, as you will know, are currently working on a rough sleeping plan of action and expect to see more on that in due course.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I think I'll ask Anne-Marie, see if you know. Aidan Ralph, in the first section, talked about lack of transparency with the GLA and their providers regarding the contracts. Can you enlighten us as to why they are not accessible, why we can't see them, or if they are there, where are they that we can all look at?
So, with the majority of providers, it's they're grant-funded providers, so they aren't contracts in that sense. They are grant agreements, and then on top of the grant agreements, we then work with them to develop delivery plans, which my colleague Ayor referred to earlier. Those delivery plans are setting out what they expect to deliver and in line with the priorities that we have set for them on an annual basis. They aren't published because we want our skills provision to be, to be able to respond quickly to changes in the market and in the economy. So they aren't meant to be fixed, unchangeable targets. They are meant to be a direction of travel. This is what we plan to deliver in line with priorities, but there's an ongoing conversation that follows that in terms of changing priorities in the economy, different opportunities to work with employers that will continue to work with them to shift their provision around. And so that's why at the moment we don't publish those. I don't know if Ayo wants to come in.
Just to add that on Tuesday, the next Adult Skills Fund mayoral board will happen next week, and the papers were published on Tuesday. The direction of travel is for us to start to think about and explore with the mayor, if he agrees with us, in terms of 3-year delivery plan. And at that point as well, once that is agreed, if that's the direction of travel, we'll be exploring how we can publish some of those delivery plans in line with that as well.
Just some of them, because I actually agree with Aidan here. The mayor famously says he's the most transparent mayor that's ever been on this earth, and yet we get an expert like Aidan who can't find any details within those contracts. And we're looking at a significant budget here. So, with respect, I don't think that's a good enough answer. Whilst you may not call them contracts, I accept their grants, but nevertheless, there's an action plan, etc. beneath them. We're looking at millions and millions of pounds of taxpayers' money. We should be able to have a look and see what people should provide.
So I heard the comments earlier. I did actually say to Aidan as we were walking out that we're more than happy to brief him about the nature of London's the contractual relationship between the GLA, because obviously, actually the fact we don't have contracts means that there isn't, it's a fundamentally different relationship, I think, than what was envisaged. Look, we always would want to be transparent about this kind of thing. I mean, clearly, there are recommendations coming forward about boosting transparency. It's a useful steer from this committee, and I will take that away and we can look at further transparency. I think transparency is inherently good, and I think we need to clearly improve the system if that is a suggestion that we lack. What I would say, though, is ultimately this isn't about the grant-making, commissioning mechanism. The thing the system needs to be held to account for is the outcomes it produces. And I think we are more transparent than any other skills commissioner in the country on some of that because of the London Learner System, because of the data that we produce. So I think
that depends on what base. It's no good saying we're better than. If the base is so bad, well, we're better than so bad. And it's very nice of you to tell Aidan that he'll tell him about things. We are the scrutiny body here, and we are saying to you loud and clear, we'd like to know more about these things.
Absolutely, point taken, noted, and obviously we'll come back to you on how we can take that forward. As I say, though, I think given where we are in the evolution of a more devolved skill system in London, transparency of data, tracking outcomes has been an absolute priority for us, and I think we've made quite good progress on it.
Well, maybe we differ on that. And if you knew that it should be more transparent, it's a shame that it's taken us to say, make it more transparent, for you to go back and look at it. But give us a timeline. When are we going to say to Aidan, there we go, that's all the information that you would need to look at it, and we can look at it?
I mean, as I say, I think my respectful answer would be quite a lot of that already exists and is out there because of the publication of London Learners Survey results and the transparency with which we publish the outcomes with which we get for our money. But obviously, I need to fully understand from the team some of the implications of all of that, but we can certainly come back to you on it.
OK, no timeline there, but be assured we will be asking again. Can you tell me how much money is the top slicing?
By top sizing, you mean for admin costs?
Yeah.
About 6 million?
Around 6 million?
Yes, please.
Who's in charge of that particular budget?
The mayor is in charge of the entire
OK,
budget.
so, beg your pardon, I worded that incorrectly. Who administers that budget? Who keeps an eye on that specific 6 million?
Anne-Marie and Io are the two ADs responsible for the team that oversees that budget.
Excellent.
And Tunde, they report to Tunde, who reports to Mary.
Yeah, great. OK, so £6 million. How many members of staff have you got overseeing this?
I can come back to you with that detail.
Around then. Give us a clue. Because it's 6 million. If you're in charge of the budget, I know you'll know the answer.
I don't want to speculate. Can I come back to you?
Approximately then. Ballpark figure. Are we looking at 4, 5, 20?
No, we're looking at
100?
We are about 150 member unit. But we cover more than the Adult Skills Fund. We cover bootcamp, we cover multiply, we cover previous ESF program, we cover UKSPF's people and skills. So we cover a raft of careers, a range of skills and employment program as well in terms of what we cover. So I can come back to you specifically if that's what you're asking.
If you could send us the budget specifically on that top slicing, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, we could do that.
I was going to ask, because you touched on it, Anne-Marie, on your when you did the beginning speech, as it were. Is there a proper needs assessment that's done for London? I mean, given that we have got so many unemployed in London, do you do a needs assessment so that if you know, as an example, I know we need fire investigators since Grenfell. It's been an absolute nightmare. They're happy, their wages are going sky high, but we haven't got enough of them, and demand and supply, of course their wages have, so we need more of those. That's something I know about, but where can we get hold of the needs assessment that I feel sure you've done?
So the local skills improvement plan is the overarching needs assessment for skills needs in London. That is overseen by Business London, but we've worked very closely with them to develop that, and we're happy to share a copy. It was developed about a year ago, and there's been a one-year progress report against it as well. In addition to that, as you know, we're working on the London Growth Plan, which again is reviewing the skills needs in London, building on what the local skills improvement plan has set out.
Okay, and how do you try and get people to input to that, or is that literally down to Business London? Do you leave it down to Business London?
No, so we've worked closely with them on the consultation process for that report, and we've also engaged a wide variety of groups on the development of the London Growth Plan, skills providers, different business groups, different boroughs and Londoners as well, on their perspectives on the skills needs of London.
Okay, sadly I'm out of time. I could talk to you for hours. Thank you.
Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you. My question is to Richard. You set out earlier that the Adult Skills Fund is with a GLA via delegation, not devolution, and you've highlighted that you would like it to be devolved because that would give you more flexibility and more control. But can I ask, what other aspects of skills and education in London do you think should and could be devolved to the GLA, and how would Londoners benefit?
So I think we are developing through the Inclusive Talent Strategy and the London Growth Plan a very close work with business, the sector, boroughs and others, a quite clear set of asks. For example, the GLA got its first role in the kind of employment support system announced a couple of weeks ago, where we became the accountable body for the government's new trailblazers around effectively supporting people with work and health, and the Young People Guarantee that we're going to work with the borough sub-regions to deliver. That's a big step forward in our devolved powers, and I think we certainly would see that as the start rather than the end of a process of working more with DFE, stuff like that. I think off the top of my head, and I'm afraid I'm not going to remember all of them unless you give me a minute or two to get them up. We have about an emerging programme of 9 asks, I think, across this from more say over basic non-A-level post-16 qualifications to devolution of employment support based in job centres, to separate out within job centres the kind of benefits processing, which is a national programme, and employment support, career services to allow a more London-orientated career service. There's a range of things I think that London would benefit if London government, and by that I mean both the mayor, the sub-regions and the boroughs, had more direct say over.
Lovely. And on the system of the Adult Skills Fund, is it looking like you'll get proper devolution of that rather than just delegation?
I'm hopeful that I am confident we will get further freedoms within it. The negotiations are still ongoing. It probably be unwise to give a running commentary on them.
Thank you. And if you did get further flexibilities, perhaps I'll ask this to IO, what innovative programmes are you looking at running? We talked earlier about it being more business-centric, about business needs, but what plans do you have and what should we look forward to?
As part of the Inclusive Talent Strategy, we are now looking into that. There are a few thoughts, but it may be unwise to quickly share that in the public space because we still need to consult, we still need to co-design, as we heard earlier on. At the moment, we have not started talking to our partners yet. I think that's planned for early in the year, but you may want to comment into that as well.
Yeah, I think it's a bit early for us to kind of share new programs, but what I would say is that further flexibility and devolution would enable us to remove some of the kind of inefficiencies in the system and the fragmentation of the system. At the moment, we issue a lot of grant agreements, contracts, for different programs, and people are having to deal with multiple, have multiple touch points on the management of each of those programs. Flexibility will allow us to kind of align that much more easily and enable providers to, have more freedom to deliver in line with what employers are looking for, rather than kind of trying to tick certain boxes on, various programs.
And it will allow us to be able to, the outcome conversation earlier on as well, be very clear once it is an integrated settlement for us to be able to design what those targets are in terms of outcomes as well.
Thank you. And I suppose if you do get those flexibilities, and Richard's talked about this being a national system and the opportunity at the moment to influence is quite limited, do you think you'll be able to push back on things that national government may say they want to deliver but perhaps doesn't suit London?
I would say that we already do that. So even with skills boot camps, for example, there were a set of kind of nationally set sectors, and we kind of pushed back and said, actually, in addition to those, we have certain priorities that are important for London's economy, and we were able to kind of negotiate some flexibility there. But obviously, yes, we would be able to do that more with an integrated settlement.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. I want to pick up an issue. I think it was the last meeting of this that I was asking the same questions on, and that's how the adult education budget is really targeting the socio-economic needs of London and looking to get participants that would benefit when we look at the wider education levels of London.
Yeah, so the Adult Skills Fund is the levels that it targets, or the types of provision that it provides is directly aiming to support those who are socially excluded from the skills system and from the economy. A lot of the provision, or a lot of the funding under the Adult Skills Fund goes towards ESOL, for example, which is supporting those who can't even engage with the economy because they haven't got the language skills that they need to be able to apply for jobs, or even support children with homework or those types of things. And then on top, and the aim is to kind of build from those really entry-level skills courses through and support people in a pathway through to higher-level skills that will enable them to access work, and to support people who are in work as well to progress and to gain higher salaries.
So which Londoners are you focusing on?
Shall I give some of the figures? Sorry, I'll give you some of the figures. So in 22-23, which is the last year I have figures for, 69% of ASF enrollees were women, 59% came from minority ethnic communities, 62% were aged between 24 and 49, so skew towards the younger half of London's working age population. 15% consider themselves to have a learning difficulty and or a disability or a long-term health problem, which is again higher than the relative share of that group of people within the economy as a whole. So I think from the data that we have, we are clearly biasing that provision within the Adult Skills Fund to exactly the kind of people I think you're talking about.
And if you wanted to just know more about the community outreach program,
that's the answer. I think, and that's where we were last time we spoke about this. And I still maintain you're wrong and it's lazy, because when you look at this, it's targeted specifically at women. And when you look at the actual numbers of education and who's lacking education, it's men. Women are much more likely to go into higher education. They're much more likely to be highly qualified. The issue, if you're talking about things like gender pay gap, etc., does not come down to education. Women are often overqualified for jobs they're going for. There's actually an education deficit here with men. There's a literacy deficit with boys. There's an examination deficit with boys and young men. And actually targeting this to women, I think, is a lazy overview of what London's needs are.
Perhaps we should just qualify that, Assembly Member. The Adult Skills Fund particularly is targeting entry level into level 3. That group of people are not necessarily, they are, the bulk of those learners and the needs, based on what we understand, are actually around women. Higher skilled, of course. So if you look at our bootcamp delivery, more of those is targeted towards men, and more of men are into that provision as well. So it's just important to know where the limit of this funding gets to, and therefore the groups that can be targeted.
And if you could provide some data to back that point up, I'd be grateful, because I've just Googled it and I can't find that data.
You don't see the data that the government have published every year on year about the fact that women are 14% going to higher education, 14% more than men. 54% of women go on to higher education by the time they're 19. Men do. The exam results, they will show that to you every year if you look back on the Gov. Richard just asked me, Joe, I don't know why you got your mic on. Richard asked me...
Just address the question to the panel.
Chair, the Assembly member put her mic on.
Don't. Leave that for me to intervene, I will, but you
okay.
do not carry on.
So that's the data, Richard. Happy to go through that with you any time. I'm going to run out of time, but I also wanted to get onto the ethnic breakdown as well, because there's massive disparities. For example, if you look at Black African or Indian Asian, these are really high-performing groups of people. And then you have, for example, the Bangladeshi community, which is less high-performing. And actually just breaking it down as we're targeting ethnic minorities, I, again, think is lazy and unhelpful. But unfortunately, we can't get into that bit.
So I mean,
Sorry, I wanted to...
No, well, let me answer.
Okay.
So I don't think it's fair for you to make a point like that without me answering. So, I mean, look, I mean, obviously, the kind of rhetoric around all of that kind of thing, I think we will all just kind of let wash over us a bit. I think that clearly we will look at the response that we have to this data. I also think clearly that we need to understand how we are targeting the Londoners regardless of their demographics with the high skills need. I think we've talked about that at some length at the moment. I also think that we need to do more around some of the underlying factors that drive the kind of historic and deep unfairnesses that you talk about as well, that the Adult Skills Fund isn't necessarily going to do. I genuinely don't see how you can extrapolate from the data. I've given you those comments, but I'm sure you will provide us with more information in due course. I think it's extremely...
Chair, this is clearly filibustering on our time.
Can we just stop you there? Look, you made a statement and it needs a response. You can't make statements and not expect a response. Equally, if people do interject, don't respond to them. Carry on with your questioning. Don't be thrown by it. I'm trying to chair the meeting, and when I asked you to stop or address the panel, I want you to address the panel to get the best. I thought you had a very good line of questioning here, but equally, I'm not sure where we've got to at the end. We might need to follow up on the very important points that you've raised, and in terms of get a written response on that question, which I think would be quite in order to see where we are on those issues, because I think it was quite an important point you raised. Now, okay, so where are we next?
Chair, could I just ask that members don't turn mics on whilst we're on, Joe? Because I
apologise, I just forgot to turn it off from before and my muttering was heard.
Okay, but don't be thrown by people. Just carry on, plough on. Right, okay. But equally, right, stop. Right, okay, can we then move on to Assembly Member Cooper?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, guests. I wonder if I could start with Anne-Marie and Io. And I want to come back to the points which I think it was originally Assemblymember Polanski started talking about green skills, and Assemblymember Mahfouz also talked about construction. I want to talk about a slightly different area of green skills. I've been undertaking some research recently with experts across construction, planning, conservation in various industries, including talking to people employed by the G15. And they have been highlighting some really significant shortages, including and especially trained ecologists and people able to work on that kind of area. Now, obviously, London has been tasked with implementing the London part of the nature recovery strategy. We've also got the urban greening factor in the London plan, and we've also got biodiversity net gain in the London plan, and it's now a mandatory requirement nationally. So, of course, having trained ecologists who are able to work with planners in local authorities and in housing associations is now a really important thing. So we might have over 13,000 people being trained on green construction skills, but my research shows that during 2022-23, only 1,000 people, just over, were enrolled in environmental conservation training, and only an additional 1,970 were enrolled in horticulture and forestry. Now, these are really critical jobs if you're going to be able to implement around nature recovery, urban greening, or biodiversity net gain. And I just wondered if you could please set out why this is such a low number at the moment. Are there any plans, and I've heard you refer to this new green skills strategy. Will this area be included in the green skills strategy? Is this something that we're going to be able to take forward a bit more proactively, because it's very low at the moment?
Thank you. Yes, we will certainly look at that as part of the development of the new green skills strategy. I think the other thing, though, to probably just highlight is the fact that at the moment, well, not at the moment, but the way that the skills system is organised at the moment is that it's quite learner-led in terms of their demand kind of driving what courses are provided, essentially. And so there is a job for us to do to make it clearer to Londoners where the opportunities are in terms of jobs within London's growth sectors, and making it really clearer to them as well the career paths and the way to get into those careers, so that Londoners can make more informed choices when they're choosing what courses to choose. And so as part of the work that we're doing, as part of the inclusive talent strategy, one of the things that we're looking at is how do we make those pathways clearer to Londoners? How do we make it clearer to them where the job opportunities are, where the jobs growth will be over the next few years, and how, what courses they need to engage with to be able to enter into those sectors?
Yes, because that was one thing that did come up when I was talking to those individuals. They said at the moment these professions tend to be quite difficult for people to access. They quite often don't know about them, and they're quite often, I'm going to slightly paraphrase the way that they said it, but white, middle class, quite advantaged people who are going into these areas. Is that something you're also going to be able to address as well? Because clearly that's grossly unfair, and living amongst nature is important to all Londoners.
Yes, definitely, and a big part of that is awareness of these opportunities, awareness of the the salaries, the advantages that come with going into those careers. And so yes, we believe that making those pathways much clearer, those opportunities much clearer to people, we'll be able to diversify the pipeline of talent that is entering into those sectors.
Yeah, I think that's quite important. Io, is there anything you want to add to that?
No.
Anne-Marie's covered that off.
Yeah.
Richard, I wondered if I could bring you in as well. I mean, obviously, we're talking about the 13,000 people being trained on the green construction skills, but are we going to be able to include the kind of areas, the sort of the nature positive approach, urban greening, biodiversity net gain, in those kind of areas? We need more cross-cutting courses, don't we?
I'm sure you're right. I think that's exactly the kind of thing that we should look to drive through the green skills strategy, and have that kind of more cross-cutting approach. I mean, the broad point I would make on all of these questions is, I wholly understandably and for good reason, I think every point is well made. I've heard about 4 or 5 different calls today for us to spend more in a particular area from a fixed fund, where about half of it goes into more functional courses that both get Londoners even engaged in the labour market and further learning at all. So kind of basic maths, English and digital and other core skills. I think one of the points I was going to make to the committee at some point, if I got the opportunity, is that actually they're really the important things that businesses want. And it would be a mistake to see only sector-specific stuff as supporting London's businesses, which gives us a small amount of money where we don't clearly go anywhere near some of the degree level courses that you would need within this fund, because that's way out of its scope. So I think some of the questions you raise are exactly right, but it does require that bigger look at our skills system as a whole in order to answer them, because the ASF is possibly not the route to do that through.
Well, I would agree with the need for the more basic skills, because obviously that is part of what the Adult Skills Fund covers. But I would push back on not then also including within it courses where, local authorities are finding it hard to get hold of people to do gardening. And actually you don't need to spend a long time doing training on English and maths and all the rest of it necessarily to undertake horticulture or forestry related functions. So I would have thought, and particularly because we have a London plan that talks about biodiversity net gain, and it talks about the urban greening factor. We've got local authorities colleges who completely lack the resources and skills for people in their planning teams, or even people to literally go out and plant the right tree in the right place, given that we've got a changing climate. So we need people who know what the right tree is, but then we also need people to plant that tree as well, and we don't have either at the moment.
So wholly agree with your analysis of the problem. I think you, if I may say, I think you're exactly right about that. I think but it does go back to this point, doesn't it, about the nature of the system that we are mandated to operate at the moment, because we don't commission providers to run courses. Learners choose what courses they want, and employers then come to us to fund them. That's the nature of the national system that we have. There is not that, whether that's right or wrong. That's all three parties have overseen that development over the last 30 odd years. So it's not that we can then go and specifically commission colleges to develop the facilities to employ the tutors with the skills to go and do that and to put all that investment in. They're not willing as organisations that need to run themselves in a business-like manner to do that until they're confident they can get the learners. And at that point, they start to run the course. When they're confident they've run the course, they can then start to apply for us for funding. I think with some of the more devolved skills that, devolved system that we need, it does give us more of a commissioning role that gives us that clearer sense that we can actually have more say as London's strategic commissioner about the courses we want the sector to teach, but that it's not a, I think my key point in all of this at the moment is that we, our ability to have that kind of granular, well, this is a skill London needs, you sitting in Islington College are going to teach that, you're going to do 200 learners. At the end of it is simply not a power that we currently have.
Well, I think this comes back very much to what Anna-Marie was setting out at the beginning, and I think the points that she made about signposting people towards where there are going to be employment opportunities at the end of it. I actually ran a session here in the London Living Room last year, and the colleges and employers were all crying out for those links to be made, but people will want to go on courses if they think there is going to be a job that they can do that's meaningful to them, meaningful for the rest of society, and is going to be available at the end of their training. I mean, it stands to reason that people will be more interested in that training than they will in just doing a training for the sake of training. But thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
OK, let's move on. Assembly Member Garrett.
Afternoon. So I'd like to talk about fraud, if I can, Richard. You'll be aware that at the audit panel we've had two examples of fraud in this area. One where we had a college that had been taken off the permitted list, which then attempted to backdate student registrations. We also had an example of dodgy subcontracting where sort of money with a rake-off was passed down. Ultimately, by the time it got to students, there was not enough left to educate them properly. Is this information that has reached the Mayor's office? Are you aware of it? And what have you done about it?
I am aware of those cases. As part of the mayoral board, all of that information is passed to us. I sit on that board, so I get that information to answer your question. On what we're doing about it, I'm going to hand you over to IO.
So we work with MOPAC, as you know, not just to auditors, but to help us as well in terms of our assurance processes. But as one of the guests said earlier on, fraud is not, at the moment we don't have any fraud case related to ASF. Ongoing investigation by MOPAC relates to bootcamp delivery. But we do work with MOPAC in that area to strengthen our assurance processes. Adult Skills Fund is one of the areas due to the large volume of the budget that they audit every year. And at the moment, we've got 3 substantial report out of 4 report that has happened since delegation, just to give you assurance, the Assembly Member.
So on the example I gave of where money was being subcontracted down and students were getting shortchanged at the end of it, it was actually Ofsted who picked that up from feedback from students. It wasn't us that picked that up. Do you think we would pick that up now if something like that either were happening now or happened in future?
Yes, even then it was a joint pick-up because we do attend Ofsted meetings to get together to share intel. So yes, if that were to happen now, we would also pick that up as well.
But joint Ofsted meeting, so that's led by Ofsted. If Ofsted weren't doing the thing that they're doing, then we would not have picked that up.
Yes.
That is also, I mean, I would characterise that as the system working rather than it failing, because that's also their job, and we work, you know, the fact we have those liaison meetings means that we're picking up that data and we're then acting on it. So, you know, I think that's all the kind of safeguards that we've built into a system with quite a lot of safeguards in it.
In terms of audit, there is a joint agreement for us to audit together as well, and not to duplicate audit, so that we manage the impact on all the colleges and the providers as well. So there is no double auditors and double work for them to do as well. So we do that together, basically.
Okay, I'm not sure how reassuring that is. I mean, you'll probably be aware there are some people who don't like Ofsted and would like to see it abolished, or at least severely curtailed in what it does. If that happened, it seems to me that we wouldn't pick this up. And since we're pushing money down the system, does it not strike you as a problem that we're not picking up ourselves automatically that's gone wrong? Until we hear back from students.
I see no world in which there isn't an education regulator. So I think your first point is relatively moot, but I'll allow IO to answer the second.
So there might be 2 points here. So we do audits, not by Ofsted. That's not part of Ofsted provision. So we do audit, and that is run by us as well. So we commission external auditors to go out in a 4-year cycle. We're just starting another 4-year after the last 4 years. So we do that. So we will pick up such anomalies as well. But in terms of provision, which Ofsted does, Richard is right, it will be catastrophic if there is no
Okay, we're going to have to leave that question there.
Ofsted as well.
Conservatives are out of time. We're now moving to Assembly Member Small Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Anne-Marie and Io. I just wondered whether you could please speak a bit about the sources of funding for the Adult Skills Fund, the Skills Bootcamp and the Skills Academy, and specifically what change are expected in these funding streams.
When you say sources, I'm assuming you mean Adult Skills Fund is funded by government? Yeah.
To go into the respective.
So Adult Skills Fund is funded by the government. We receive an annual allocation from them. It's been static since delegation, same amount, and apparently it's been static even with that as well. So as Richard said earlier on, the envelope is just not enough for the demand in that side. We also receive a ring-fenced amount, which is called Free Courses for Jobs. Around 22 million is delivered by the Adult Skills Fund providers. And then separate from that, we then get from government as well. Then separate from that, we then get skills bootcamp funding as well. We are in the top range of receiving that. It's an annual budget as well. It's about between 20 and 25 million, depending on how our application is received. We have submitted for the next tranche, which starts in April. We're just waiting for government to tell us the result of that application. In terms of the Mayor Skills, that is Mayor Skills Academy, that is mayoral core budget, which allows us to be able to then align the ASF delivery and now bootcamps as well, which has come on after that, to be employer-led. So we started that journey about 3 years ago using a minimal amount of core budget, around 3 million every year to do that as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And any thoughts on kind of future funding?
At the moment, we expect that because there's a delegation, so we expect that Adult Skills Fund to continue. But we also expect Free Courses for Jobs to continue. But as Anne-Marie said earlier on, in terms of what we're expecting with integrated settlement, we're expecting, and conversations have been happening with DFEs. We have every right to believe that that's going to happen. They're going to try to combine all the skills-related funding into one as well. What we are then pushing for, as Richard said earlier on as well, is then to have the employment side of things, which at the moment is not devolved to the mayor, to be added into that to be added into skills and employment funding as a one pot.
Thank you. We've obviously spoke quite a lot today about different sectors and funding for them, whether it be retrofit, green skills more broadly, construction. I was wondering which sector you think could benefit most from an increase in funding from skills training.
I wouldn't say there is. I wouldn't go into. I wouldn't be drawn into particular sectors that can benefit most. What we're hearing from employers is that they would most value more training going into transferable skills. and soft skills to support people with the kind of problem-solving, resilience, communication, presentational skills. Those are the skills that we're being told they find most valuable. They are willing to kind of give people the technical skills that they need in their particular sectors, but they need people who are ready and come with the right attitude and the right, soft skills to be able to, to be able to learn and to be able to meet the fast-changing needs of their sector.
In terms of the feedback you've had from employers, is that something they feel has got worse? Those soft skills, is that a post-pandemic thing where people just haven't had that interaction, or has that been consistent, do you think, over time?
I wouldn't say it's gotten worse. I would say it's changed in terms of what they're seeing as the particular needs within that kind of list of soft skills. So there is, for example, more of a need for people to engage with technology as part of that, and so their willingness, people's willingness to be able to learn certain specific technical skills or AI skills or whatever it is, and then have the understanding that complete skill set might change in another year, and to learn a complete new set of skills is what they're needing. So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say it's gotten worse, but I would say the requirements have changed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's move on. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I wanted to echo what Assembly Member Cooper said earlier. I thought it was articulated really well. I'd go even further and say the idea that, I didn't know about the huge shortage in conservationists and ecologists, although I'm not surprised to hear those numbers. But the idea we've got to wait for the private market or for demand when we're in an ecological emergency, I think, is the exact problem if you relate it to retrofitting, whereas really we need the public sector and we need regional government to be pushing for that. Go on, Richard.
The power to push for anything would be a great thing. I think that's exactly where we need to get to.
Okay, Anne-Marie, I'm not nitpicking, but before I talked to you about co-designing and you came back with consultation, just both with retrofitting and what Assemblymember Cooper was talking about, ecologists and conservationists, we've got some amazing examples like Maya Rose Craig from Black to Nature, and also Kabul Kabir in Ealing with Warren Farm, who are people from minority communities who have become conservationists anyway. But will you be working with marginalised communities to co-design this green skill strategy as opposed to do it and then consult afterwards?
Yes, the intention is to work with as many groups as possible to really understand how we can shape that strategy and make sure that it engages a wide range of, communities and people into the sectors that we, into the occupations that we know are severely needed. So, happy to kind of take examples of people that we can speak to.
That makes total sense, and that sounds less like consultation and co-design, which is great. Thank
you very much. Let's move on to Assembly Member Krupesh Arani.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the topic of academy, so one of those that was set up was on health and social care. Can you, Richard, maybe I'll turn to you, and the others, if you want to come in, provide an update on their progress?
If it's all right, I might turn to the team on that one.
Sure.
Yes, we could give you some stats as I have them in front of me. As of September this year, we have been able to fill gaps from those sectors, about 6,000 people already, and we've got about 8 OBS amongst them doing that as well.
And when you say fill the gaps, is that completing the courses? Is that gaining employment? What would
That's gaining employment.
Okay,
I'm talking about. They've been able to, we've been able to support over the life of the Skills Academy in those OBS over 6,000.
And you have them set up all across London. Do you have any data in terms of that you can send in writing in terms of how each one is performing?
Yeah, we can surely come back to you on that.
Yeah. And how are they working with the local authorities and social care providers in the localities?
The idea is to collaborate and make sure that we build partnership with different stakeholders, including SRPs, local boroughs, JCP, different employers, and align to what employer needs are. So that's the idea across the country, across London. Sorry.
Great. And are NHS partners also involved in that as well as social care?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And what about in terms of skills and upskilling social care workers if they do want to work in the health service afterwards?
Yes, that's so. At the moment, we've got 3 groups of hubs. One is around health and social care hubs combined, and two of the hubs do that, and then 3 of the hubs do social care specifically. The joint hub, that's one of the areas that they're trying to cover as well, to make sure that social care are skilled up in case they want to move over to the health sector.
That's great to hear, to be honest. So looking at the more medium to longer term, how do you see this area evolving or developing over the next few years? I'll turn to Richard if you want to come in on this one as well.
I mean, I think on health and social care, the critical thing for me is where the future jobs for that are coming from. There is separate to all of this, and you'll know at least as much about this, if not more than me. I think the debate around professionalisation in the care sector is a very real one. Well, you are still, putting if we're talking about sectors that are not great employers, and we talked about the construction sector earlier, then blimey, the social care sector is worse. I think the changes I think we need to see are as much about pull as they are push of people coming from that sector. I also think, as part of what we're seeing from the government's national mission around health and social care, clearly workforce planning is a key part of that. That has to be seen across both the NHS and the whole of the social care sector as a piece. If we're going to get people into relatively low-level, difficult jobs in social care, I think one of the attractors to that has to be a route into then higher paid, more professional jobs within the health sector, which are professionalised and pay more. And I think that's a thing that we need to do. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area. The ASF is a relatively small player in all of that, and I think we clearly can work. I think we need to understand with the boroughs, who are obviously the major commissioners of social care in London, and the NHS through the London Health, through the National Health Mission and the London equivalent, about where the workforce planning is part of that, and then rowing behind where we can.
Great, and I look forward to also receiving those details in writing. I think at the time they were launched, I think the vacancy rate in London, there were about 22,000 unfilled posts, so you've made some progress towards it, but it's interesting to see. I'll be interested to see how that's working across the different academy hubs across London.
We'll be happy to send that to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just before we take our final speaker, can we agree to suspend standing orders 2.9A to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Right, our final speaker of this session before we adjourn is Assembly Member Massoud.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. So I'm going to just focus on community learning, and we know that classes like ESOL and basic skills are a really critical element of providing Londoners with a foundation to be able to achieve their full potential. My own mum's story was that she was a teacher when she arrived in the UK but didn't speak any English. She obviously trained up, got her English, and then also became an ESOL teacher, teaching other new arrivals and other Londoners to make sure that they could achieve their full potential in their life. When we look at the funding for boroughs, and I talk about funding for boroughs rather than for colleges or other FE spaces here, as I understand it, it's not been reviewed for some time. And if you look at some of the funding allocations, you've got, if I use Ealing within my constituency, an allocation of £800,000, which is the equivalent of per capita of about £2.15 per person. Whereas if you look at neighbouring Hammersmith and Fulham, they have an allocation of over £3 million, which is equivalent of over about £16 per capita. Can you explain why?
As I said earlier in my opening statement, when we took over delegation, we tried to continue historic allocation principles. So we have continued to do that. We are now in the space where we are rethinking, and as part of the work that we're doing with the inclusive talent strategy, how we do that even going forward.
Well, I really appreciate that. And in terms of, if you take the context of the median salary levels across London, Ealing is amongst one of the lowest. And we know that obviously these sorts of this sort of training allows people to, as I said, build those foundations, get into better paid jobs in the future, really lifting them out of in-work poverty, which is one of the biggest challenges that we're facing at the moment. So can I get a commitment today from yourselves to review the distribution of the allocation amongst local authorities to ensure that it's funded fairly?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, I think we've reached the end of the questions. I'm looking around. Therefore, I'd like to propose that the Assembly now adjourns. There's two options. We either come back at 1:30 or do you want a full hour for lunch?
Half one.
Half one?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, come on. Half one.
Everyone, you're out. You're not. I think it's still 1:30, which is just less than an hour. Okay, thank you.
Chair, before we adjourn, could we just note the motion in your name?
Okay, can we also note the motion in my name? Yep, cheers, thank you. I don't know, but we'll tell you later.
Bang the gavel to end the webcast, please.
London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.
Good afternoon, Assembly members. Both the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Assembly have submitted their apologies for this afternoon's session. Therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 2.1, the Assembly is asked to elect a Chair for the remainder of this meeting. Could I have nominations, please? Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I would like to nominate the leader of the Green Group on the Assembly, Assembly Member Caroline Russell, to chair this afternoon's meeting.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. A seconder for that, Assembly Member Bakari?
I'd like to formally second.
Thank you very much. Are there any other nominations? No, thank you. In that case, I declare that Assembly Member Russell is elected Chair for the remainder of this London Assembly plenary meeting. I invite Assembly Member Russell to take her seat.
Clapping you now, but we may be less forgiving later. May not last. Yeah, that's right.
Do we get an official photograph?
I think not.
You've got the badge.
See how long it lasts.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I'm just going to reach round you.
No. There's no such thing as a deputy.
Okay, everybody. I'm very honoured to be sitting here in the hot seat, so thank you very much for putting me in this position. And I will do my best to get us through this as efficiently as possible, and hoping for your cooperation. So, we're going to start with the petitions, and Assembly Member Wilson, can I ask you please to present the petition that is listed on the agenda in your name?
Thank you, Chair, and many congratulations on your elevation for this afternoon's session. So the prayer of the petition is as follows. Now, deep breath, it's quite a long one. In 2025, the Mayor of London will be taking a further £160 per month of commuters' hard-earned income if they travel by car using the Blackwall Tunnel or the new Silvertown Tunnel. Motorbike and Uber drivers will also be paying the tolls. Voice your opposition. You still have power to oppose this. Don't leave it to the last minute. The tolls announced in July, a couple of days after the general election results, for these tunnels threaten to disrupt ordinary people's way of life. An imposed toll system would hurt families, individuals and businesses who depend on these routes. According to Transport for London, each day an estimated 120,000 vehicles travel between the East London, north and south of the river, using the tunnels, demonstrating the potential adverse impact that such a policy change will have on our community. The financial burden these tolls will place upon residents of East London is concerning. We believe in the freedom of movement and affordable access to transportation for all citizens. Therefore, we urge the relevant London authorities to rethink the proposed tolls on the Thames tunnels and consider the impact on local residents. Let's stand together, uphold the interests of our community and say a firm no to the new proposed Thames tunnel tolls. Sign the petition today to voice your opposition. The Mayor needs to review the funding proposals for the Silvertown Tunnel and find a fairer system for all Londoners. So I'd just like to thank Liam Davis, who's in the public gallery, for galvanising this petition. It now has over 37,000 signatures, making it comfortably the biggest of all the 329 petitions submitted in the history of this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member Wilson. And now we move to a petition from Assembly Member Roberts. Would you like to present the petition listed on the agenda in your name?
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your elevation.
I must say I'm delighted to be in the room for the first time hearing a Reform Assembly member say that they believe in freedom of movement.
Assembly Member Roberts, this is not a moment for speeches.
The prayer of the petition is as follows, Chair. We, the residents and users of St Margaret's and North Twickenham, urgently call on the Mayor of London to address the unacceptable dangers posed to pedestrians, specifically school children, at the St Margaret's roundabout on the A316, and we also request safer cycling provision between Twickenham Bridge and Whitton roundabout. The basis of the petition is that there is currently a cross...
Assembly Member Roberts, I literally, you can say how many petition signatures there are.
There are currently nudging around the 1,900 mark, Chair, so it's an important issue for lots of my residents, and I hope it will be addressed.
Excellent. So can I now ask the Assembly to refer both petitions to the Mayor for a response? Thank you very much. So we now move to the motions. There's quite a lot of them, so let's try and get through them tidily and efficiently. So Assembly Member Baker, would you like to move motion 3.1, the London Travel Watch bus report?
Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair. I think we have an amendment to that motion coming. Would you be minded to delay that motion very slightly and just change the order?
Very happy to do that. Would you like to suggest what order, where we should move this motion to?
Could I suggest that we just go to 2 and see where we get to? The next one is also Assembly Member Baker as well.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Excellent. Assembly Member Baker, can I please ask you to move motion 3.2, which is private hire vehicle drivers?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm very happy to be moving this motion and just say I'm sure that we have all found ourselves in need of a minicab from time to time, and less so these days, but certainly many times in the past I found myself very pleased of a private hire driver when arriving very late at night in outer East London. But the sector has totally changed over the past few years with the emergence of platform operators and the ability to book a private hire cab through an app. And frankly, in London, we haven't caught up with what that means for both those who work in the sector as drivers or for what it means for our transport system in London. And we're now seeing a pretty regular stream of successful legal challenges around workers' rights in this sector, but as a regulator, Transport for London are effectively sitting this massive issue out. And this issue of employment rights not only affects the working lives of the Londoners who are drivers, and also whether the operators are taking their responsibilities for road safety seriously. And these operators gather huge amounts of data, which, as the Transport Authority for London, TfL, frankly, should have access to. We should be able to ensure that private hire journeys are serving the people that they need to and not having a negative effect on the rest of our transport. I mean, we might be able to use that information to be able to work out what the best services are that we need, but at the moment it's literally just being used for to make more money, and some of that data, frankly, is, you know, I think we'd all want to know what some of these organisations hold on us as well. So the motion asks for TfL and the Mayor to do all they can to adapt to this new world using regulatory and soft power as far as they can, and then to also ask the government to legislate to make sure that we are finally able to better manage the impact on Londoners and our transport system.
Thank you, Assembly Member Baker. Now, Assembly Member Cooper, would you like to second the motion?
I'm going to second it, but I'm going to formally, and I'm going to reserve my right. I may decide to speak after any debate.
Thank you. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this motion? I haven't seen any hands go up. Goodness me, we're moving straight to a vote. So can I see all those in favour of the motion?
That is, bear with me, Chair, I think that's unanimous. Yeah. That's unanimous, Chair.
Excellent. So motion 3.2 has passed unanimously. Are we ready to hear motion 3.1, or shall we move on to motion 3.3?
I have got an amendment, so could we move on, Chair, and then it gives me a chance to talk to you?
Absolutely. OK, so motion 3.3 is the motion on blue badge theft, and it is in the name of Assembly Member Ahmad. Assembly Member Ahmad, can I ask you please to move the motion?
Thank you, Chair.
We're recognising Disability History Month this December, which commemorates the hardship and discrimination that disabled people have faced throughout history. I'm also compelled to look at how disabled Londoners suffer discrimination today. And with this in mind, I bring forward a motion to address the scourge of blue badge theft in our city, based on the statistics compiled by the GLA. There is an illegal market for blue badges, which sees criminals steal blue badges and resell them to people looking to dodge parking charges. This has skyrocketed in recent years, with the number of stolen blue badges quadrupling over the past decade. This is not tenable. Each one of the nearly 5,000 stolen blue badges in just this year alone is a disabled person who has been robbed of their mobility and their dignity, as well as a perpetrator who specifically targeted them in order to avoid fines and essentially steal from taxpayers. As we recognise the difficulties that disabled Londoners have overcome and are still facing, it's incumbent on all of us to finally treat blue badge theft with the urgency it deserves. In this motion, with the input from experts like Paul Slowey of the National Agency for Blue Badge Fraud Investigations, we put forward common sense, practical, targeted measures that will make a real difference for disabled Londoners who seek to protect their basic right to mobility. Strengthening parking enforcement, streamlining badge renewals, providing targeted police training to prevent theft, and raising public awareness on secure storage. It's time we match our words with action and ensure that London is a city where the rights and dignity of disabled people are not preyed upon but protected. I urge you to vote for this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assembly Member Ahmed. And now, Assembly Member McCartney, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. For many disabled people, a blue badge is not just a parking permit. It's a lifeline and represents freedom, the ability to access work, healthcare, education and community spaces. And when a blue badge is stolen, it's not merely an inconvenience. For many, it feels as if their world has stopped overnight. Routine activities become daunting, essential appointments may be missed, and a sense of safety and autonomy is replaced by isolation and vulnerability. One blue badge user described it as a gut punch when their blue badge was stolen, saying it left them stranded, unable to attend their crucial medical appointments or visit their loved ones. Another shared that they felt targeted and invisible, that their needs and their struggles didn't matter to the thieves or often to the system. And these stories are heart-wrenching, but far from uncommon. And it cannot be accepted that disabled Londoners are made to feel this way, and the magnitude of this problem demands more than acknowledgement, it demands action. And that's what this motion is about, solutions. And I just want to briefly just credit one of my local authorities, Haringey, which has actually invested in the technology, which now means that when they are looking at vehicles or blue badges, they can identify whether that has been stolen via their handheld device, rather than going back into the office to check and then coming back out again. And by that time, the vehicle had probably been moved. But also, Haringey credit a 65% reduction in thefts of blue badges in their authority, as the main reason being that they have moved to a paperless system. So if someone in Haringey qualifies for a blue badge, they can apply to the council for a paperless one, so that they don't then have to be vulnerable and leave it on their dashboard. And this motion is about not just tackling crime, but about standing with our disabled community. And it's about imploring councils and law enforcement to take further action to protect disabled people. And I hope that all members can support this motion.
Thank you, Assembly Member McCartney. Do I see any indications? Yes, Assembly Member Georgiou.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, the Conservative Group is happy to support the motion. I think it's a very good one, raises very valid points. I mean, it's an absolute travesty that some of the most vulnerable in our society that have cause to use blue badges are being stolen, and the people doing it, you know, the less said about them, the better. I'd raise a couple of points. which both Assemblymember Armand and Assemblymember McCartney raised, which is the purpose of the blue badges, to provide freedom with regard to travel for those that are less able to travel on their own, and able to lift some of those restrictions, parking restrictions that are problems for others. So I think we agree in principle with the entire motion, and we'll be voting for it. But I think the key thing that we need to note is expanding that freedom that blue badges provide, and would recommend, not for this motion, but in possible future motions, that allowing all blue badge holders to go through any LTN across London in order to make sure those that are least able to travel have that extra level of support and don't face penalisation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do I see anyone else wishing to speak on this motion? No, so we can move to a vote. So can I see all those in favour?
I think that's unanimous, Chair.
Yep. Excellent. Pass unanimous. Excellent. Okay. So there has...
have to go round, Chair.
Yes, an amendment is about to go round to the first motion that is in order, but I suggest...
I was just going to say, I mean, it's a motion from us. We've not seen it. Certainly, I'm sure the mover of the motion would like to be able to read it. So if we could not go straight back to...
I was exactly just about to say that, Assemblymember Cooper. I suggest we take the next 2 or 3 motions. And if everyone can indicate once we're ready to go back to motion 1, that would be very helpful. So our next motion is motion 3.4, Remembering Knife Crime Victims, and the mover of the motion is Assemblymember Best, if I can ask you to speak.
Thank you, Chair. This motion provides the Assembly the opportunity to call for a day of remembrance for those that have been a victim of knife crime in London. This Assembly hopefully wishes to remember those victims of knife crime across the capital and recognise the impact of these crimes on the families and victims and wider communities. And we think by having a Knife Crime Awareness Day in May, that would be a good opportunity for us to come together and do so. Knife Crime Awareness Week takes place in May each year and is organised by the Ben Kinsella Trust. Ben Kinsella was 16 years old when he himself was stabbed to death in a horrific act of violence, and since then the laws have changed and Ben's family have been campaigning to make sure that we have awareness. Earlier this year, knife crime in London reached the highest records that we've ever seen, and the latest figures for this year show a 12.7 increase on the last year. I think it's important to say that this is something, I think, for many of us, that isn't something we read in the papers. It's real. It's affected people we know. It's affected our families. It's affected our friends. And I think having an opportunity to come together and recognise the massive impact of knife crime in London is something that, as an Assembly, we should do. We already have a minute's silence at this Assembly for the victims of road crime. Later today, we'll be voting on recognising the potential to recognise a day as well for the victims of the global climate crisis, as termed in the later motion. I think it would be fair to also recognise the damage that knife crime does in London. And so I would urge everybody to vote with us and make sure this May we can make sure to recognise those victims and families. Particularly, I think, personally, in the last year, of Daniel Adjournment, who was only 14 years old, going to school in Bancroft, and was taken as a victim in a horrific knife incident, an innocent schoolboy just going to school. And I know so many people in your own constituencies will have similar stories and see the faces of those innocent young people and older people that have been victims. And I think we deserve an opportunity every year to have a minute's silence and remember them. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Best. Now, Assemblymember Lord Bailey, do you wish to second now?
I wish to formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Do I see anyone else who would like to speak? So I've already seen Assemblymember Polanski, and we have Assemblymember Clark. Oh, and Assemblymember Roberts, and Assemblymember Wilson. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by recognising We totally support a day of remembrance for knife victims, and I echo the point that Assemblymember Best made, that we already do that for people with road deaths, and later on I will be making the argument for victims of a global climate crisis too. So the motion would be fine and we would support it if that was all it was. Unfortunately, we can't support the last call, which talks about stop and search and live facial recognition. Greens have long argued that these tactics do not work to prevent violence, and actually the calls we should be making are for youth services, universal youth services, and of course diversion as well. So we will be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Assemblymember Clark.
Sorry, the Labour Group will be supporting this motion because we reflect the urgency of our colleagues in addressing knife crime across our city. It's incumbent to treat knife crime with the utmost seriousness because of the impact that knife crime has on communities, families and London as a whole. We believe that the progress has been made by MOPAC and the VRU in treating knife crime as a public health crisis and giving mentorship and opportunities to young people at risk of knife violence. And that's critical in tackling knife crime. Since the launch of the VRU in 2019, we've seen a reduction in homicides, knife crime involving young people and in youth reoffending. I'm also very glad that we have a government who has finally closed loopholes and banned the sale of zombie knives, which have no place in our city or anywhere else in this country. MOPAC and the Met's use of live facial recognition has also been crucial in tackling gang violence and apprehending offenders. These are all important steps, but clearly there is much left to do, and I would encourage the Mayor and MOPAC to continue and expand the work that has been done to ultimately end the scourge of knife crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Clark. And now Assemblymember Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself in a similar position to Assemblymember Polanski in having concerns regarding the final paragraph. Of course, the Lib Dem group supports the National Day of Recognition and Remembrance, and of course we send our support to all victims of knife crime. However, the indiscriminate use of stop and search in the capital does give us cause for concerns, and we're also slightly concerned about the slightly vague nature of preventative measures within communities, which could cover an entire whole compass of various different interventions. So on this motion, while supporting the thrust of the motion, we will be abstaining.
Thank you, Assemblymember Roberts. And now Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Assembly Members Best and Bailey, for proposing this motion and for the comments across the floor so far as well. Now, this is truly one of the most terrifying issues, if not the most terrifying issue, facing our city. And I think across all parties, we should fully support the police in making full use of every tool and technique in their arsenal. In particular, I do fully support the use of intelligence-led stop and search. I'm reminded of a very recent case in Edmonton Green where a man was stopped with 18 knives. Wouldn't have been picked up if it hadn't been for that stop and search operation. So stop and search works. And for anyone watching at home who agrees, you can go to www.saveourstreets.info to sign our petition to increase the use of stop and search in London. A petition, you know I love a petition. I'll be presenting it to a future meeting of this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Lord Bailey, do you want to come in now?
Thank you, Chair. Listen, the black community and young people in London are under pressure, under unprecedented pressure. 320 young black people have lost their lives to this scourge since 2016. I've been a youth worker for over 35 years. If you think you can distract people out of this pit of despair, you are wrong. There needs to be an enforcement piece. When you've looked someone in the eye that you've known for over 35 years and they explain to you that they want stop and search because their son had been murdered the night before, her words were, I wish somebody had stopped and searched the child who murdered my child because then his mother and me would not have to live with this pain forevermore. She's referring to the mother of the child who was about to go to jail because the police did catch him. Let's be clear. Growing up in London now has a veil of fear, be you black or you white, particularly if you're young, because of knife crime. We have to do something about it. We sit in this room all the time and people talk about DEI all the time, diversity, inclusion. Well, if you're black, you're not included in any conversation here because you're busy trying to stay alive. And if you think I'm exaggerating, speak to a young black person under the age of 25 and see what they tell you. My own nephew will not leave his house because it simply isn't safe. He's a 21-year-old man. That is what we're dealing with. So if we want to make London safe, we must not forget our victims, not forget my community, not forget your community. We are elected to represent these people, and we are talking a matter of life and death. The amount of terror that is spread and trauma through this is immeasurable. So please do support this. This is about the future safety of young Londoners and London in general, because this will give a focus to what we can do about it in the future. Please don't forget our communities in this. Please don't forget your responsibility in this. You are elected to represent people. You will be saving our children. This is a matter of life and death.
Thank you, Assembly Member Lord Bailey. Slightly over time, but I am very happy to accept that criticism. I'm getting track of all the different moving parts I have to keep track of here. So now, Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I'll only be brief to thank you for the support that we do have in this chamber today. And I don't know. I find it really difficult to speak about knife crime and without getting too choked up and emotional about some personal experiences, and I find it really difficult when I hear some of the groups in here talk about knife crime, and I think completely misunderstand the actions that we have to take to save families. I think they really haven't understood the true personal cost and the reason why we have to take these preventative issues and why stop and search is so important. Why, as Assemblymember Bailey said, if you speak to mothers and families that have been victims, they would want you to stop and search. If you speak to families where their children are now in prison, they would want us to carry out stop and search. And I think there's a complete lack of awareness from some groups about the scourge of knife crime and how we have to deal with that. Preventative action, yes, but stop and search is preventative because it is so much better for a child to be stopped and searched than be in jail or dead. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member Best. We're now going to move to a vote. So can I see all those in favour?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
I see 2 votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. So we now move, I'm assuming we're moving to the next motion rather than moving back to motion 1. We now move to motion 3.5, Save Our London Post Offices. And can I ask Assembly Member Makari to move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. 32 post office branches will be closed across London. This is shocking. As a London-wide member, I speak to dozens of people across the capitals every week, and they let me know with no uncertainty when these post office branches close, thousands of people and small businesses across our city will lose out. And that's not to mention the 1,000 post office workers who will lose their jobs. Post office branches are an essential public service, from pensioners accessing money, businesses sending out stock, visitors going to change currency. They serve many, many purposes for our communities. And at a tough time when people are struggling with the cost of living crisis, the closure of so many branches across the city will make life more difficult for thousands of people and small businesses. Just over a week ago, the Liberal Democrats started a petition to keep our post offices open, and already have 2,000 Londoners who've signed it. The Post Office seeks to restructure and close these directly owned branches to save cash. The issue of the Post Office restructure is not an uncomplicated one. We are told the reason behind the proposed sell-off is to help fund postmaster pay, training, and something that we support. But as a London-wide representative for the Assembly, we all have a responsibility to raise issues when they could negatively impact people and businesses across our city. And there is ample research to prove my point. As we have set out in the motion, the National Audit Office found that most likely to be negatively impacted by the loss of the post office are vulnerable groups like older people, disabled people and those with young children. And the Federation of Small Businesses found that in their study, small businesses are also vulnerable to closure. We urge the Mayor to engage with big players in this decision, the Post Office Chair, the Department for Business, to make sure that we can put across our case for Londoners and our high streets. So I urge you all to support this motion today.
Thank you, Assembly Member Bakari. And Assembly Member Roberts, are you going to second the motion?
I will, and I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do I see any hands up to speak to this motion? I think we are ready to move to a vote. So can I please see all... Oh, no? Oh, of course. In which case, Assembly Member Roberts, I'm so sorry.
We're all learning today, Chair. You, me, everyone. So, yes, closing post offices and asking people to travel further for basic services will place an unfair burden on some of our most vulnerable residents. And my colleague, Assembly Member Bakari, has mentioned the Lib Dem petition. But dozens of other petitions have sprung up from communities all across London protesting against the planned closures, and we should be urging the Post Office as a collective body to listen to them. Some form of restructure of the Post Office is arguably necessary. As a publicly limited company, as a publicly owned company rather, it must not lose money. But this motion is simply asking the Post Office to reconsider their decision. As Assembly members and local councillors, Assembly Member Bakari and I are happy to work with anyone to find a solution to these closures, including the Post Office and other decision makers who may be able to influence the Post Office's decision. But we urge all of you to come together and use the strength of the Assembly to compel the Mayor to do the same. Well, if we can compel the Mayor, I appreciate we're not allowed to, but there we are. It's a complicated issue, but the one thing is crystal clear. If these post offices close, then people across London will be worse off. And we're working hard to ensure that this doesn't happen, and we invite you to join us in supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Assembly Member Bakari, do you want to sum up the debate? Excellent, in which case we will move straight to a vote now. So can I please see all those in favour?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Excellent. So that motion has passed unanimously. And we now move to motion 3.6 on electrical safety first. And I understand this is an altered motion. The alteration has come round. So can I ask Assembly Member Bakari to move the altered motion?
Thank you, Chair. Now, e-bikes are an increasingly popular way to get around the city. The reason I started to call for a public awareness campaign on e-bike fire safety was because an e-bike retailer contacted me. Dan Parsons from Frilly Charles runs a successful business selling e-bikes, but strongly advocates for better legislation, frustrated with the way that cheap online batteries were being used to adapt bikes unsafely. From November 2021, I wrote to MPs and ministers and the Mayor and asked the London Fire Brigade Assistant Commissioner Jonathan Smith to consider a public awareness campaign. And in August 2022, I was asked to talk about the need for this campaign for the ITV News after a fire exploded in a high-rise flat metres away from Grenfell. Chillingly, I remember saying more needed to be done before someone had died. Devastatingly, Sophia Durarte, a 21-year-old, died as a result of a fire caused by a lithium-ion battery in January 2023. The LFB Charge Safe campaign began with the support of her family, and a petition calling for action in her name is currently approaching 50,000 signatures. Sadly, 13 people have died since as a result of these fires. I was pleased when the government announced its plans to begin regulating these dangerous products through the Product Regulation Bill. However, further legislation is desperately needed and quickly. It's important that this legislation brings in the UK in line with the EU to avoid inconsistencies when it comes to cross-border trade. And the EU General Product Safety Regulation comes into effect on the 13th of this month and introduces specific obligations on online marketplaces. An investigation by Electrical Safety First, who I'd like to thank for their help in drafting this motion, found that 100% e-bike and e-scooter chargers sampled from multiple online marketplaces failed to meet safety standards. With Christmas fast approaching, I want to renew calls on the Mayor to go further with a public awareness campaign. E-bikes and scooters will be on the Christmas list for many, but we must make sure that reputable retailers are being amplified. With the cost of living crisis and the increased need for an environmentally sustainable way to travel, we need to ensure that legislation makes it easier for Londoners to buy safer. We must advocate for third-party certification, ensure the regulation of online marketplaces and adequate enforcement resources are available. After meeting Alda Samos, the friend of Sophia Durarte, who has campaigned hard for regulation, we owe it to her family to push for this. I want to thank Assemblymember Clark for her support, and I hope that the rest of the groups here support this important motion.
Thank you, Assemblymember Bakari. And Assemblymember Clark, do you want to... Excellent. So do I have any hands up to speak?
No, Chair.
No, in which case, Assemblymember Clark.
I shall unreserve then. Thank you. Just to thank Assemblymember Bakari for bringing this motion and all the work of Electrical Safety First. I particularly want to commend the LFB's Charge Safe campaign, which was launched in 2022. And I would encourage anyone, all of us in this room certainly, but anyone who happens to be watching at home, to look at that, look at all the points raised in the Charge Safe campaign, because I think all of us know somebody, if not ourselves, who have an e-bike or an e-scooter, and there's very practical, useful information, such as don't block your staircase with an e-bike, be sure they're not in communal areas, be sure they're fully unplugged when not on charge. These are practical safety measures for all e-bikes and e-scooters, not just ones that are retrofit kits. I think what's very, very clear in all of this is that there's two issues at hand. One is awareness and sorely needed regulation, but the other issue is that even if we start now and have fully safe e-bikes and e-scooters going forward with good regulation, there's still a lot of these e-bikes and e-scooters across London and across the country owing to poor historical regulation. And so that awareness is really important. It continues to be important. And so many of these e-bike and e-scooters that wouldn't meet fire safety regulations, unfortunately, tend to be in homes of HMOs. They tend to be with drivers, delivery drivers, who often live in overcrowded housing, putting themselves and others at risk. So it's a very, very important safety message, and I want to thank everyone involved for promoting the message and continuing to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Clark. Assemblymember Bakari, did you want to sum up?
Yeah, I just want to say that I've received messages today from Alda, who has been running this campaign, and it's an incredibly emotional experience for her, very difficult. Every January, you can imagine how she and her family and friends feel in terms of the loss that they've had, but the campaign that they have been doing has been relentless, and I want to just say thank you to her and her family and her friends who've worked so hard to make sure that we've had this campaign highlighted to us. It has been a cross-party effort, and I really hope that we do get that same support today in the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Bakari. So we now move to a vote. So can I see all those in favour?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Excellent. So that motion has passed. So we now move to motion 3.7, which is budget implications on UK retailers. And can I ask Assemblymember Garrett to move the motion?
Very shortly.
I'm waiting until I'm told we're going to number one.
No, there's no reason why the chair would know. Anyway. Sorry, I've diverted us there. Are we Good.
You're going for it. Yes, please.
Yes. So here is where we see the difference between Labour myth and Labour reality. Because we're facing a Labour Chancellor who has chosen to make it more expensive to employ people, and particularly those on lower wages. And the economics of this decision just don't add up, and the timing couldn't be worse for London's recovery. So let's look at what's actually happening here. So the Chancellor has raised employer national insurance and simultaneously lowered the threshold at which employers must start paying it, which is a double hit that particularly impacts entry-level jobs, the very roles that give young Londoners their first step onto a career ladder. And the British Retail Consortium's letter is not just another lobby group complaining. When you have more than 80 major retailers, from Tesco to Boots, from M&S to Next, uniting to warn of job losses and store closures, we need to pay attention. And these aren't idle threats. These are the predictable consequences of a Labour government making it more expensive to employ people. Even the Governor of the Bank of England, who is hardly known for alarmism, has backed up these concerns. The OBR's forecast of 50,000 job losses might yet even prove optimistic. And remember, London, with its concentration of retail and entry-level jobs, will bear a disproportionate share of those losses. It's not just abstract economics. It's about the young Londoner who won't get their first job because Labour has made it more expensive to employ them. It's about the small shop owner facing higher cost for every single person they might employ. It's about the vibrant high streets becoming less viable with every additional Labour burden. We spent this morning, if you can remember back that far, looking at skills to get people into work, especially young people, but the Labour government has cut off at the knees, attacking exactly the entry-level jobs that this skills training might have helped people into. The Mayor needs to stand up for London. He needs to show that he is the Mayor of London and not just a Labour Party puppet. The £7 billion hit to employers isn't just a number on a Treasury spreadsheet. It is a direct attack on London's recovery and our young people's prospect. I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Assembly Member Georgiou, do you want to second?
I second and reserve my right to speak.
Excellent. So do we have anyone else who would like to speak on this motion? Assembly Member Wilson. Any others, just so I've got the list? No? Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Now the Conservatives are in opposition nationally, I welcome very strongly their apparent reconversion to low taxation and support for businesses, the driver of the economy that so many people depend on for their livelihoods. If only their national leadership had followed that approach in government, perhaps they'd still be there. Be under no illusion, a rise in national insurance is a tax on jobs. And as the motion outlines, it's not just right-of-centre politicians that are saying so. It's the very organisations we rely on to create those jobs in the first place. It's also the Bank of England. It's also the OBR. But it's not just about retail. The other sector, the key sector this will hammer, is hospitality. Pubs are at the heart of any successful community, but here in London, they've already been closing faster than anywhere else in England. And Rachel Reeves will deliver yet another hammer blow to an industry still reeling from the devastating impact of lockdown. But don't just take it from me. In Manchester, Sacha Lord has already said, increasing these costs is a broken model and will only ever lead to more businesses shutting their doors. I am extremely concerned by the impending loss of thousands of jobs in our sector. If only we had someone in London banging the drum for hospitality. A Night Tsar, perhaps. As Mrs Thatcher famously said, the problem with socialism is you eventually run out of other people's money. With this lot, there's no eventually about it. It's taken them mere weeks to crash its own growth agenda, and with it, the hopes and aspirations of so many. So Labour claims to be on the side of working people, but time and again, it's young and part-time workers who will bear the brunt of this pernicious assault on the hospitality sector. Strongly urge members to support the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Green Group are going to be abstaining on this motion, but it won't be a neutral act, and I'll explain why. this is one of those examples where I managed to annoy pretty much everyone in the room, because after 14 years of Conservative austerity, I don't think they have the answers to this, but also I think the Labour Chancellor and the Labour government have got this wrong. So Keir Starmer was very clear that he wasn't going to raise taxes on working people, and as has just been outlined, there are definitely difficulties around raising national insurance. Now, you could technically argue, and we could have that argument another day, that he stuck to the word of what he said, but I still think it's problematic in terms of those prices being pushed on to the consumer. However, the letter that is cited in the motion, the first thing about this letter is it argues against a national living wage, or the increase of a national living wage. That's something that Greens very much support. And I'm also pretty disappointed or surprised that the Conservatives want to defend Tesco's and Boots over all other people when they've made profits in the billions while still not raising the wages of their workers. I think really, if we were to bring a motion, we should be supporting small and independent business and the workers, and that's the motion I'd like to see here today. That's not the motion in front of us, so we will be abstaining.
Thank you. Assemblymember Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Let's just look at what the government budget actually sets out. £6.7 billion increase in educational capital spending, which is a 19% real terms increase. A £2.3 billion uplift in funding for teachers. An additional £1 billion for special needs. The NHS will receive a £22.6 billion increase in funding, and there's an extra £1.3 billion for local authorities, including £600 million for adult social care. All of this, of course, is set against a £22 billion black hole hidden... Oh, what? Sorry, it wasn't there. You didn't hide it. Oh, no, that's absolute nonsense. A £22 billion black hole hidden from the public by the outgoing government, which was absolutely brought to us by the Office for Budget Responsibility. It was pointed out. It's welcome to see that the government has taken steps to rebalance the heavy business rates load on bricks and mortar retail and hospitality business, and that is a direct quote.
Explanation.
Can you? Sorry,
I'm asking you a question.
At the end of the speech,
can I finish, please?
At the end of the speech, and I would like the member to keep speaking.
Keep speaking, go on.
Thank you. And could I just have that time now added, please? That is a direct quote from Sebastian James, who's the former CEO of Boots and Dixon's Carphone. The Treasury has also provided for 250,000 retail, hospitality and leisure businesses to receive 40% of relief of their business rates, which is up to £110,000 per business. There is a freeze on small businesses, and which altogether with small business rates relief amounts to a package of support which is worth more than £1.6 billion in 2025-26. This is the government of business, and we're proven to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Assemblymember Lord Bailey, would you like to first of all explain to me why you think you need a point of personal explanation?
Not personal explanation. Explanation for the member. The member said something that I don't believe to be true. I'm asking, she prove it. She quoted a government organisation.
Can I take advice from the clerk?
The personal explanation was hers, not mine. That's my point.
You can't call for a point of personal explanation for someone else, I don't think, Assemblymember Lord Bailey.
Assembly members are welcome to contribute to the debate, to raise queries about another member's point. So Assemblymember Bailey could do that.
Assemblymember Lord Bailey, do you wish to speak?
Okay, yeah.
To contribute to the debate on the motion, Assemblymember Lord Bailey.
We've heard comments. We've heard comments that this government's budget was for businesses, and particularly small businesses, and it was a £22 billion hole in the budget, which simply is untrue. The member, and I will name the member, Assemblymember Ahmed, said that the Office of Budget Responsibility said that there was a hole, and there was no such thing said by that department. So therefore, I suggest, because of that huge inaccuracy, it demonstrates that this should be supported. I certainly will be supporting it.
Are we happy to move to a vote? No, we have some summing up to do.
Reserved his right.
And Assemblymember Georgiou, you've reserved your right.
Thank you, Chair. Let's look at the facts. In response to Assemblymember Polanski, it was a Conservative government that introduced the national living wage. Income taxes were down. by 4.6%. A NIC decrease of £20 billion. The personal allowance drastically increased. Fuel and alcohol duties were frozen, and business rate relief. As Assemblymember Garrett's rightly outlined, experts have said this is a rubbish budget. The Bank of England has said this is a rubbish budget. You know, there are 1 million businesses in London. And so, look, let's have a history lesson. They want to go down history lane when it suits them, but not when it's the facts. You know, since 2010 and 2024, before the Marxists took over, there was a 46...
Everyone, can we all please...
Can we pause, Chair?
Can we all please slow down a bit?
Before the Marxists took over, there was a 46% increase in businesses in London. 1.2 million extra jobs created in London. It is not the state that creates jobs, it is the private sector. And no one, and I'd say to Assemblymember Wilson, no one will outquote Mrs T to me. And my favourite one is the socialists would rather the poor were poorer, provided the rich were less rich. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In time. Are we... Assemblymember Georgiou was the seconder, so I'm afraid we're moving to the summing up, unless anyone has... It's time for Assemblymember Garrett to sum up.
Follow that.
Yeah. So there is a reason why every single Labour government in history has left office with unemployment higher than when they arrived. Since we're in a history lesson, there is a reason why every Labour government puts people out of work. There's a reason why every Labour government comes in, it's like those old, you remember in the olden days, you go into a travel agent, you have all those lovely brochures, and you get there, and it turns out it's not built. Every Labour government raises unemployment, which is an economist's way of saying it puts people out of work. We're not even at the end of this Labour government. We're tragically only at the beginning, and we are already seeing why that happens. It's not just a historical fact. It is a fact about the failed socialist ideology of envy and spite and vindictiveness that we see again and again from Labour, and the only defence that we have heard from it, from the Labour members opposite, is a combination of the classic Gordon Brown tractor production numbers that we remember from the previous Labour government, and a complete refusal to engage with the fact that they have made it more expensive to employ people, and in particular, Labour have made it more expensive to employ the least well-off, the people on entry-level jobs, the people on the lowest paid jobs. Those are the people that Labour is putting out of work. That is a fact. That is what your budget has done and will continue to do, and that is why we on this side are standing up for those people, bringing this motion, even if Labour doesn't care. Thank you, Chair.
Cost of living crisis.
We have had a debate. I think I'm minded to move to a vote. Can I see all those in favour of this motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 votes against, Chair. That falls.
So that motion falls, and we are now moving to the much-mentioned motion 3.1, which is, let's just get back to the right bit of paper. Right. OK, so we are moving to motion 3.1, the London Travel Watch bus report, which is being moved by Assemblymember Baker, and I understand that there is an amendment which is being moved by Assemblymember Best and seconded by Assemblymember Garrett. So, Assemblymember Baker, if you would like to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm moving this motion to show the Assembly's love for our London buses and to welcome the excellent London Travel Watch report on making our buses better. And London buses are the most accessible form of London transport. They're more affordable, they can get to places other transport cannot reach, and they can be incredibly flexible, allowing us to put on services as and when we need them. They're used by more women, more low-income Londoners, by black and brown Londoners, by our city's old and young. Yet our buses are getting slower and less people are getting on them. We cannot afford not to prioritise the form of public transport so many Londoners who have no other options rely on. And some of the key recommendations in the very comprehensive report are better bus priority measures to help buses move more smoothly and quickly around London, better passenger information and communication, and better bus stops, signages, and to make our buses cleaner and more pleasant to ride on. And most importantly, an ask of TfL to update their bus action plan to address these issues by summer 2025. And that's what I want the Assembly to really focus on, to make sure TfL are prioritising the things they need to do. So let's show our commitment to London buses and all who drive and ride in them. And I hope you can support this motion.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Mahfouz, do you want to second the motion?
Yes, please. So London's buses are an iconic symbol of the greatest city in the world. For most Londoners, the bus forms their earliest memories of independent travel, and it's clear the Mayor is committed to buses. Now, I'm going to let you into a little secret many of you will not know, but actually, did you know that Sadiq's father used to be a bus driver?
Whoa.
Absolutely. So, under him, we've seen, of course, all young people now have free bus travel.
What number? What number?
Opening up the city for young people. We've had the introduction of the hopper fare, multiple fare freezes. Bus travel has also remained an affordable way of getting around London for all Londoners. It's also incredibly accessible, not only from the cost point of view, but of course as a vital mode of transport, as Assemblymember Baker has pointed out, for so many Londoners who would otherwise not be able to get around our great city. But the report we've got from London Travel Watch suggests that if we do not take further action to prioritise bus travel, the double-decker dream could come grinding to a traffic-inducing halt. Bus speeds have dropped in recent years, with initiatives such as the Superloop and more express routes coming with Superloop 2. It's clearly the ambition that we keep buses and passengers moving across London at pace. But average bus speeds have now dropped to just over 9 miles per hour. That's the equivalent of a running chicken. So we welcome the recommendations from the report. But before I go into those, because actually Assembly Baker has, I just want to talk a little bit about this amendment that we have waited 50 minutes for. Having delayed the debate by this period of time, we've gone on an unnecessary diversion, I feel, well away from the point of the motion that's been tabled. And what's worst of all is the person that is meant to be tabled under has actually missed the bus and is not even here. So I ask members to support the motion as unamended. As unamended.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Mahfouz. OK, so now we have the mover of the amendment, Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the motion today, and I welcome as well the London Travel Watch report, which I think gets the diagnosis completely right, but unfortunately the prescription is not right. We need to be more obvious about what's staring us right in the face, and Assemblymember Mahfouz just said it then. We've got running chickens, and I think there's a lot of metaphors I could use from there, but I'll avoid them about running chickens in London. But the idea that what the Mayor has done since he came to office has not slowed buses down is crazy. And if we're not going to address that doing more of the same isn't the answer, then we're on the wrong bus stop completely. We have to change a course of direction and accept that the Mayor's approach to road congestion in London has made it more congested. It's harder and harder and harder to travel around this city. And the attack on motorists is also an attack on buses. And buses are feeling that more than ever. And when you can't get on a bus, when the bus doesn't take you where you need to go, when the bus stops early because the traffic isn't moving, because there's LTNs, because the speed bumps are making everybody slow down, there is no way to encourage people to take that bus journey because they just can't commit that it's going to get them where they need to be on time. And all this for a vision to get everybody using active travel by 80%, or bus and transport by 80%. But in the 8 years that we've had the Mayor of London, he's moved the dial 1%. And I think it's fair to recognise that in that time we've also had the Elizabeth line, we've had the night tube, we've had all these massive capital investments open. So actually what he's done on the roads has not helped at all. It's just slowed people down, and I think until we recognise that we're going in the wrong direction with this, we're not going to get anywhere. So that's why we have put an amendment in calling for a review of the effectiveness of 20-mile-per-hour limits and the increasing proportion of London's red routes, because actually we need to look at the problem. And I know it's all hairy-fairy to talk about LTNs and how great they are for us, but we need to face up to the fact that it's slowing down London's traffic and it is pulling everybody to a halt.
Lee Member Garrett, would you like to second?
I will speak now because, you know, wouldn't want to keep you waiting. So we're talking about bus speeds. This is something that everyone is apparently concerned about, particularly as buses get slower, people think there's no point getting on them. And so we see a long-term trend, way back before the pandemic. In fact, throughout the entirety of this mayor's term, of buses getting slower and fewer people using them. Peak bus was about 2013, somewhere there, 2014. So this is a long-term problem throughout the mayor's term. And I read the Travel Watch report very closely. In fact, I've been in correspondence with them about it. And as Assembly Member Best says, there's quite a lot of good analysis in it, including, it's quite revealing, there are borough-by-borough analysis of bus speeds. You can correlate that with political control of boroughs. So that's an interesting exercise if you're wondering about some causality that might be involved here. So there are some good points, including as well about coordinating roadworks to improve traffic flow. But there's one thing that is always missing from the conversation about bus speeds, and that is speed limits. And I have one of the most surreal MQs, written MQs I've ever submitted, where I asked the mayor whether he thought that lowering speed limits would slow buses down, and his reply was he didn't think it did. And I was asking in the context of adjusting bus timetables, because you lower the speed limit, the bus is going to take longer to get from one end to the other. But in fact, neither the mayor nor TfL acknowledge that there's a need to automatically adjust the timetable. They pretend that the bus driver can still get there in the same time, or at least they try and pressure the driver to do that. And we've heard evidence in the Transport Committee to that effect that timetables are completely unachievable. So you get a pressure on a bus driver to meet an impossible timetable. This is not irrelevant to the fact that of the 50 people a month that are hospitalised by London buses, one of the single largest categories is slips, trips and falls, I believe caused by that impossible time pressure. And what we're seeing is an entire mayoral term of a war on motorists, because we're supposed to believe every journey matters, but not if you're in a car. And suddenly they've noticed that buses are collateral damage. If we are interested in making buses faster, we need to look at the overall speeds of traffic, and that is what our amendment does. Thank you, Chair.
Well said.
You can see I'm giving everyone a little bit of latitude on that over time, but I will not go beyond 10 seconds, so do please keep an eye on it. OK, so we now...
Are there any other contributions?
Are there any other contributions? Assembly Member Turrell.
Yep, if I may, thank you, Chair, for this. But as Assembly Member Garrett said, when we block off roads like pipes, the water, like traffic in this case, will back up somewhere else. And that's what's happening with LTNs. And as Assembly Member Garrett said, it's having an impact on the bus network, and that has an impact on real-world people getting home from work or getting to work. And the example I want to share with the Assembly of that is the 320 bus that runs from Catford to Biggin Hill. Now, in Biggin Hill, there's only one road in and one road out, because quite often TfL does not give sufficient consideration to our rural communities that we have here in London. And when the 320 gets held up in traffic in Lewisham, it terminates early at Bromley North. And that means people in my constituency, living in Biggin Hill, trying to get home, often cannot get home from work in some cases, or face severe delays getting home. So, as Assembly Member Best said, we've got to fix this, but to fix this, it's not more of the same. We need to realise what isn't working and fix that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Assembly Member Best for summing up.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's all been said, really. I would only draw attention to the fact that In addition, in the outer London suburbs, as Assembly Member Turrell says, we have really felt the pinch when it comes to buses. From buses being cancelled, especially those ones that go outside of London and connect us to other cities, it's now not an option to get public transport out of London for many of us. From the Superloop that completely ignored outer London in my area of the North East. And also when you look at just things like the fact that buses can't even get to where they're going. For example, when you have Broadmead Bridge in our area closed for well over a year now, stopping buses getting where they want to go. And you look at the funding that the Mayor has spent on frivolous things like the off-peak travel, which could have opened that bridge and kept buses running. There is day-to-day infrastructure projects that need to take place in London to keep buses moving, and they're just not happening, and the buck stops with the Mayor.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Best and Assembly Member Baker. To sum up.
Oh, can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
So
Do you want to put your mic on?
yeah, I have a question, a procedural one. Yes. So we've heard about arguments for the amendment. Are we now voting to accept or reject the amendment?
Are you asking me to sum up?
Or is she summing up for the
whole
voting? We'll be voting on the amendment and then we'll vote on the motion, whether amended or unamended, depending on the outcome of that first vote.
So Assembly Member Baker gets to respond to the comments
The whole
made
lot,
by...
yeah.
Assembly Member Baker is now summing up the whole debate, yes.
But
So the mover of the original motion always gets the last word, if you
No,
like, Assembly
absolutely.
Member. Yeah. And so there's one single debate, and the two final speakers are always the mover of the amendment, or amendments plural, and then the mover of the original motion gets the very final word.
So, Assembly Member Baker, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure we'll continue this exciting discussion just afterwards. But yeah, thanks for everyone's contributions, and just say we won't be supporting the amendment as tabled. This is a very comprehensive report. And it does say the buck stops with TfL and the Mayor. So, you know, you're sort of running sort of down a bit of a blind alley with your attempts to sort of paint this as not holding the Mayor to account. This is absolutely what we're doing. The amendment adds that we should sort of note the Mayor's interventions. But it doesn't say which ones or anything like that. And just frankly, you know, taking what is a very comprehensive report that has identified what the best measures are that will change this, and asserting a variety of points, some of which are valid, some of which are political points scoring, some of which are not relevant because they're not about buses, and highlights 20-mile-an-hour limits when, as has been identified, TfL, London Travel Watch have shown us that the buses are crawling along and they have ID'd bus priority measures as the solution. So let's not be distracted by other issues. Let's support the work that has been done and hold TfL and the Mayor to account to improve on that basis. And so I hope that we will reject the amendment and support the motion as originally proposed.
Thank you, Assembly Member Baker. So can I take us now to vote on the amendment? Can I see all those in favour of the amendment?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The amendment falls, Chair.
So we now will vote on the substantive motion unamended. So all those in favour of the substantive motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favour, Chair.
Thank you very much. That means the motion is carried. So we...
Sorry. Do you want to...
I can count votes. I can count votes against.
Do you want to count it again?
Well, then I can record. Then I can record it. So, can I ask for votes against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes against, Chair. The substantive is carried.
Thank you. So we have now passed motion 3.1 and we move to motion 3.8, which...
3.9, Chair. I think.
8, I think.
Oh, apologies.
Yes, I think I'm right. Yeah, no, I am more on the case than perhaps it appears. So, motion 3.8, which is called Responsibility in Office, and this is a motion in the name of Assemblymember Hall, seconded by Assemblymember Lord Bailey. Assemblymember Hall, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am moving this motion, colleagues, because I feel so passionately about it. It's absolutely vital that justice is done and seen to be done, and we must never forget that we are all innocent until proved guilty. The firearms officer in the Carver case must have wondered how fair his treatment was. Chris Carver lost his life on the 5th of September, but by the 9th of September, a few days later, the IOPC determined the case as a homicide investigation. And Sal Nassim, from the IOPC investigator, he said later that it was fed back to us that if we hadn't done it at that time, then it was likely that there would have been a level of disorder. You can't do that because you think something else might happen. That's just not fair. Can you imagine how the police must have felt at that? The actual firearms officer. He then had to listen to things like the Race Equality Network said that it would like to, and I'm quoting, express our shock and deep concern over the incident. Quite right. It is deeply disturbing to witness such an incident occur in a time when reform is being introduced to tackle systemic racism. We welcome the suspension of the firearms officer. That's suggesting that he was definitely to blame. The head of community engagement in MOPAC said, particularly concerning for us, given trust and confidence is already incredibly low, and particularly for black communities, it's been a very worrying time for us. We're talking about a young man in his 20s. He was engaged, he had a baby on the way, so actually the ripples potentially go beyond London to fight for racial justice. I could go on and on and on. That firearm officer was listening to all of this. Now, we have to accept that when the jury heard this, and let's forget, that jury wasn't in possession of any of the information on Chris Carver. It took them less than 3 hours to unanimously say that there was a not guilty charge. And that took 2 years. That firearms officer had all of this against him, the amount of things in praise of Chris Carver that was said. Nobody said, what about this firearms officer? And then quite shockingly, his name was put into the public domain. All of you have to agree that is not fair. And I will say I absolutely commend our new Home Office, thank you, Home Secretary, for saying people's names cannot be given out again. And I'm glad she did that. But an investigation must take place because we must never, ever allow this to happen again. I've spoken to many firearms officers and they've contacted me and they are so grateful that somebody is actually standing up for one of their own.
Assemblymember Hall,
I will stop speaking now. I do feel passionately about this. We need to investigate so it doesn't happen again.
Thank you very much. And then the seconder of this motion, Assemblymember Lord Bailey.
I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So do I see any indications? Assemblymember Ahmed.
Can I thank the Assembly member for her commitment to policing, which I know she takes incredibly seriously. I'd also like to again thank our firearms officers for the immensely pressurising, difficult job that they do, and to also acknowledge that many lives have been destroyed as a result of the shooting of Chris Carver. My problem with this motion is that it ignores the checks and balances that are put into our judicial system of due process, and that it suggests that that independent due process is open to collusion and influence. As the Assembly member in whose constituency the shooting happened, I raised with the IOPC the amount of time the process was taking. I was quite rightly told that the process takes as long as it takes, as not a single stone can be left unturned. It took 7 months for the IOPC to decide that there was a case for a referral to the Crown Prosecution Service. Remember that this was a referral, not a decision, and that it was left to the CPS to decide. The CPS has 2 tests before it makes a decision to proceed with a case. Firstly, would a prosecution be in the public interest? Secondly, the evidential sufficiency test, and that is there sufficient evidence to provide a reasonable prospect of conviction? It took the CPS 6 months to review all the evidence and then decide that there was a reasonable prospect of conviction in this case. It's also very important to note that at no point during the case did Defence Counsel put in an application that the officer had no case to answer. The evidence was then tested in front of a jury of 12 people who unanimously acquitted the officer. Approximately 15% of CPS cases do not result in a conviction, and this is what we proudly call due process. It is inappropriate for me to comment on the decision of the judge to make the officer's name public, as the judiciary doesn't have a right of reply. But it's important to note that that decision was made after media organisations, they include the BBC, challenged the legal application to protect the officer's identity on the basis that confidence in the criminal justice system requires cases to be held in public. For all these reasons, the Labour group will be voting against this motion.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't spot that was extra 35 seconds, which went beyond what I normally allow. I'm sorry, I was trying to get ahead with the next motion. Sorry, where are we now? We have any other speakers? Assembly Member Wilson.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief, and I certainly won't be running over time on this one. Now, as many members made it very clear when this time last month we had the Met Commissioner and the Mayor in front of us, we owe our brave police officers an enormous debt of gratitude for their service in difficult circumstances on the front line to keep us as safe as possible, day in, day out, in our wonderful city. So yes, we owe them our thanks, but we also owe them so much more. We owe them our full support, knowing that few of us here could make the same high-pressure, split-second, life-and-death decisions that they are forced to make in the line of duty. On every patrol, on every call-out, on every operation, those frontline officers deserve the full backing of both the operational and political leadership of their organisation. Judging by the Commissioner's comments here last time, they've got the former. But as far as the Mayor is concerned, even with him knowing everything he knows about this case, and him knowing that we now know what he already knew then, I'm afraid the same can't be said of his comments on that day. And that is shameful, and it puts the law-abiding majority in our city at risk.
Thank you, Assembly Member Wilson. Any other speakers? So, Assembly Member Lord Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how many times I have to say this about the position the black community finds itself in. I'm going to try to express it to you in a different way. There's a growing feeling amongst black people in London, particularly parents, that we are being used politically. The fact that people in positions of power, of prominence, some linked to the GLA, including the Mayor, came out and made this about race before they had any idea if it had anything to do with race, is a use of the black community. Some of the comments made in the press are disgusting. When you bear in mind it is our children who bear the brunt of being groomed into gangs, it is our children who bear the brunt of knife and gun crime, but yet people in this building, including the Mayor, which is particularly bad, knowing what he knew, ran out and made it about race. Ran out and tried to score political points. I want you to think for a second what it's like to have to keep your own children inside from other children who look like them because of what other people, mainly white professional people, in this building are saying. Think that through. So when people ask for an inquiry, hell yes to an inquiry. I have a 15-year-old son at home who hangs around with me, not because he wants to, because it makes him feel safe. And comments from this building made him feel at risk, put him at risk. So before we reject this, we should be supporting this, because the people who did this must not be allowed to do it again. It is wrong on a level that is causing death and mayhem in the black community. It is unfair. Innocent until proven guilty is the basic rule in this land. Please let the black community have access to the basics in this land.
Thank you, Assemblymember Lord Bailey. Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Assemblymember Ahmed, it was taken from the IOPC to the CPS at breakneck speed, that normally it wouldn't go from one to another so quickly. They've admitted that. And I will read again. Sal Nassim, the IOPC investigator, said it was fed back to us that if we hadn't done it at that time, then it's likely there would have been a level of disorder. Now, I would like to know, perhaps people that don't vote with this don't want to know, I'd like to know who fed that back to the IOPC. Yeah. That is the question here. There is something not right about this, and an investigation would find out quickly. If it's as simple as my colleague thinks it is, the investigation wouldn't take very long. But the IOPC said it was fed back to them that if we hadn't done it at that time, and I'm quoting, then there would have been a level of disorder. So for anybody that wants to know what actually happened, I would suggest respectfully that you vote for this. Vote for an investigation so we find out exactly who told the IOPC that. Because if people vote against that, then they don't want to know. And I would say our police deserve so much better. We need to know what happened here. And those that vote with this, fine, also want to know what happened. And those that vote against it clearly don't care that it was fed back to the IOPC that they had to put this through to the CPS quickly. Our police officers deserve a damn sight better treatment than this. And the way that poor man was treated, he's now got a price on his head. He will never, ever be able to live his life the same way again. And a lot of that is the way this was actually dealt with. I am truly disgusted on behalf of the police. And I do hope that you support me in this and ask for an investigation.
Thank
Chair,
you.
sorry, I was mentioned in that. Could I respond, please? Thank you. Yes. The shooting took place, as the Assembly member quite rightly said, on the 5th of September. The decision to take the IOPs to refer it to the CPS was on the 30th of March the following year. That is 7 months.
I think I'm minded now to move to a vote. So can I please see all those in favour of this motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 against, Chair. That falls.
Thank you. That motion falls. And if I could ask everyone to please stop talking, because it does pass around the circle and is distracting. We're now going to move to motion 3.9, which is inheritance tax changes to London farmers, and is again proposed by Assemblymember Hall and will be seconded by Assemblymember Turrell. Assemblymember Hall, if you'd like to move the motion.
Thank you. I'd like to say I don't think this is a political motion, because no, really. And I'll tell you why, actually. Because we've got 200 farms in London, so they must be within the areas that you are all responsible for, as well as the Conservatives. And I would suggest that we should support them. I'll read you one quote. Closing a loophole to stop people avoiding tax is a legitimate aim, and Rachel Reeves is perfectly justified in addressing that. I'm sure we can all agree with that. What she has not done, however, is to do what she also promised, to protect family farms whilst doing that. The threshold she has set for inheritance tax is completely unrealistic, and my farming neighbours and others all across the country are now terrified that dying at the wrong time will see farms that have been in the same families for generations broken up to meet the demands of the taxman. That's from Baroness Maylieu, who is a Labour peer and a farmer herself. She's in older age, and yet she still manages the farm on her own. And this is one of the problems with this tax. People that own farms, or they haven't put in lots of tax evasions, dodges, moves, whatever one would call them, to pass down their farms to their family, because they never had to, because inheritance tax wasn't there. They are all very, very concerned. I've spoken to several farm owners or farmers in London, and they are extremely concerned. Let me read you something else from yesterday. An MP said, "I have spent the last few weeks speaking to farmers in Penrith and Solway to try and understand the full impact of the inheritance tax proposals, knowing that I have months left to engage with DEFRA and the Treasury and to seek important amendments. Let me be clear, if today was the real vote, I would vote against the government's plans." He goes on to say, "During the election, I read what I thought were assurances from my party that we had no plans to introduce changes to APR. On that basis, I reassured farmers in my constituency that they would not suffer, obviously. Now I simply am not prepared to break my word." Another Labour person, and you can speak to very many Labour people. There are Green MPs now in highly rural areas. But every one of us represents farmers in London. It is absolutely vital that this doesn't go ahead. If you vote against this, I can only suggest that you are not standing up for all of your constituents, because we need to. We must remember, farmers put food on our tables, and we need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Hall. Assemblymember Turrell, are you going to reserve your right or speak now?
I so second and reserve my right to speak.
Excellent. So do I see anyone wishing to speak? Assemblymember Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are Green MPs in rural areas, and it's vital that we listen to everyone, including farmers who are our workers. We are in a climate crisis, and it's really important that we speak to the people who know the land best. And actually, ultimately, if this place wants to do the most to tackle or to help local food growing, we should be pushing the Mayor to support Sustain and the Capital Growth Fund. We'll be voting against this motion because actually what it does is look to reinstate the current status quo, which is also totally unacceptable. So a little bit like the earlier motion, this is an example of where the Conservative government were getting it wrong and the new Labour government haven't got it quite right either. So look, the first thing I think we can probably agree on is most farmers are not farmers because they want to avoid inheritance tax. Unless, of course, you're Jeremy Clarkson or James Dyson. And in fact, when Victoria Derbyshire challenged Jeremy Clarkson on it, he said that's absolutely not what he said until she quoted straight back at him his exact words. It was a beautiful media moment. But let's be clear, the fact that they're fronting this campaign is actually doing a big disservice to the farmers. The real issue that the farmers really are having is price gouging. It's the supermarkets who are charging extreme amounts and really, really cutting those profit margins. So we really need to be finding a way to support farmers more. Now, one thing we should absolutely be looking at is having wealth taxes. We know that ultimately income tax being taxed more than wealth makes no sense. And Greens have long been arguing that we should put capital gains tax in line with wealth tax. Now, of course, this is a wealth tax, but it's at the wrong level, and we should be looking at a land value tax. Ultimately, if you had a land value tax, those smaller farmers, those small farms that have been talked about in the motion, would not be having to pay the inheritance tax. So that would be a real way of getting around this, making sure that we're taxing wealth more than income, but ultimately we're not punishing people either. So ultimately, the motion does bring up some nuance that should be in our national conversation. But the worst thing about the motion, and the reason why I'll be voting against it, is it's looking to go back to the status quo. And one thing we should all be sure on is what is happening right now is not working. Thank you.
Came in under 10 seconds over. Anyone else wishing to speak in this debate? Assemblymember Georgiou.
Yeah, sorry, I think Assemblymember Polanski's comments warranted some response as the previous statement. Look, the point is, and it's a shame Assemblymember Small-Edwards isn't here, because the principle of inheritance tax, in fact, probably hits him more than anyone else in his constituency. There is a premium for farmer and homeowner and landowner alike living in London, owning a business in London, owning a property in London. And so therefore, by not supporting this motion, you're accepting the principle that we should be gouged in taxes by virtue of the fact you own a farm in London, which automatically pushes you into that inheritance tax bracket. And this is what I love about the Greens, Labour more likely, not supporting this. It makes you the ultimate corporatists, because once those people have to sell their farms, guess who's going to gobble them up?
Yep.
Yeah. Guess who is going to gobble them up? The people that will therefore not pay any inheritance tax, and the ones that are the large corporations. So if you don't support this, welcome to the corporatist club. Yeah, you could be Marxist corporatist.
Oh, yeah. OK. I spy Assembly Member Roberts wishing to speak.
Sorry. That's all right. Not a problem.
You could do both.
Thank you, Chair. I disagree about returning to the status quo. At the moment, the status quo offers protections. It offers protections for those small family farms who will indeed be hit by these tax changes. However, once you go back to the status quo, you can then take your time to find a different solution, something which works for everybody, which makes sure that the people who are tax dodging, I'm not going to name names because I like having a house, but those people who are actually going out of their way to avoid inheritance tax by investing in farms, that you can address those people whilst at the same time making sure that the protections are put in place for those smaller family farms. So we will be voting in favour of this motion. It is very much in line with the Lib Dem national policy on this particular piece of inheritance tax changes, and I would urge everybody to do so, because it's only by protecting the protections which are in place at the moment that you can make changes to ensure that those protections continue, and those who do need to pay their full whack do pay their full whack.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to contribute to this debate? In which case, Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think a lot of farmers up and down the country will be disappointed to see that the Deputy Leader of the Green Party would rather be against Jeremy Corbyn than for farmers. But these changes to inheritance tax have big... Clarkson. Too many Jeremys. Thank you, Sean. But we're all... Indeed...
Point of information.
As that lot found
Point
out,
of information, which Jeremy
are we talking about, how against
Chair?
Jeremy Corbyn the country is. But yeah, so these changes to the inheritance tax system have been described as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, because they have been recklessly introduced without care and consideration for the real-world people they're going to hit. And the government must go back to the drawing board and look again at how they can close this loophole without attacking the family and small farms both here in London and across the UK. The Labour Chancellor stood at the dispatch box and bragged about the tax increases she was introducing. She hid behind the myth of the black hole we saw earlier, the myth debunked by the Office of Budget Responsibility, who refused to acknowledge that that black hole existed. And that's why this government has picked a side. They were giving a choice. They could attack farmers, or they could bail out, or they could give in to their union paymasters with massive pay rises. They chose to go to their union pay rises instead of standing up for our farmers, and I urge the Assembly to pick the side of farmers.
Amen, brother.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Turrell, and Assembly Member Hall to sum up.
OK, thank you. I have to say, I think the latest budget has been an absolute disaster from so many reasons, but we must look particularly now at farmers. And I would say to you, there are so many non-political organisations that are supporting the farmers, the Countryside Alliance. How the Greens are not supporting this is beyond me. The one set of people that really look after our countryside, that really understand how things work, are our farmers. Well, in future, our farmers will know that the Greens cannot be depended on, and we will see about Labour, but I mean, Labour have brought this in the first place, so they can't depend on them either. I think it's shocking. When you're eating your food, perhaps start to remember who put it there on your plate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Hall. So we are now going to move to a vote, everybody. So can I please see all those in favour of the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against. That falls, Chair.
That motion falls. So, no, Assemblymember Lord Bailey. We have 2 more motions to go. So, concentrate, everyone. We are now on the home straight. We are on motion 3.10, and we have a motion called the New US Administration and London, and this is moved by Assemblymember Georgiou and seconded by Assemblymember Hall. Assemblymember Georgiou.
I think your point about emotion is probably accurate with regard to this motion. Don't worry, I won't trigger anyone today. I'll be well behaved. You know, I think we can all agree we all want to make London great again, right? Yeah. You know, and look, we need to be realistic. This isn't about specifically the incoming administration. We should be working with all US administrations for the simple reason, as outlined in the motion, and we don't need to go down the rabbit hole here. You know, £300 billion coming into the UK every year, dollars rather, is a good thing. Equally, I would say, in case somebody might want to bring it up later, increased trade, free trade with the EU could possibly be a good thing, but I don't want to speculate too much on that right now. So, you know, look, we're encouraging US sports teams to come. We're encouraging US businesses to come and contribute to creating more jobs, more businesses, and putting more money in the pockets of Londoners. So, as I say, this isn't about whether, if you're an American, who you would have voted for. Quite frankly, that is irrelevant. The USA has made its decision. They've decided on President-elect Trump. And equally, if Vice President Harris had won, I would have brought forward the same motion, because we want increased trade with the United States of America, which is not only good for the entirety of the UK, but it's very good for London. So I hope all colleagues support this, what I think is a very bipartisan motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Assemblymember Hall, do you want to...
I second and reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you very much. Now, I also understand we have an amendment to this motion in the name of Assemblymember Clark.
We put the EU in it.
Susan, I'm astonished to hear those words come out of your mouth.
Yes, can we get photographs of Susan's face?
I understood these were 2 separate things. Have you accepted? Are we dealing with an altered motion?
My understanding of where this has got to is that the amendment is going to be moved, and then the mover and seconder will take a view about whether to accept that. That's my understanding of where it's got to. You have, it went in the original pack, Assemblymember.
So, Chair, just to be very clear, can I formally move the amendment in my name and then we still reserve my right to speak? Is that right, or do I? How does that work? It's just go. Well, I don't know what you're saying. I have a nicer speech and a meaner one.
You don't get to reserve, Assemblymember, but you do get to sum up because you're moving an amendment, so you get to speak twice anyway. So
okay, I'm just going to move it for now, then. That's fine. Thank you.
So I'm going to second it.
So Assemblymember Cooper to second.
I'm going to second it, and I am going to second it formally, and I am also going to reserve my right, which I can do from being seconded.
Yes. So, Assemblymember Georgiou, are you minded to? Do you wish to? No. What happens here procedurally?
So at this point, Chair, we take the debate. If there are any other speakers.
Okay.
This does generally speak to my previous point, where I was confused, and I'm confused again. Are we debating the amended motion?
We have
what are we debating?
We have a single debate on the motion and any amendments that are on the table at that time. So at the moment we have a substantive motion, and we have one amendment, and we have a single debate.
They haven't accepted it yet, or we haven't voted the amendment.
We haven't voted on the amendment yet.
But if you could be helpful, that would be helpful.
Could you put your mic on?
So, look, can I just go through the story of this? As my understanding, the Labour group wanted to submit something of which I was more than happy to accept before I even rose to my feet. I was then told that they didn't want that. Hold on. That they wanted to submit a motion formally, of which I was going to. Well, I'm about to let the cat out of the bag. I was going to accept it anyway. So, you know, we can go through. I suggest where we are is, look, anyone who wants to speak is left, and then I'll happily sum up and make clear my intention at the end, if that helps. Once again.
Chair, can I propose that we move to the vote on the amendment? I don't think there's any debate.
No, we're accepting it as an alteration.
Well, if you've accepted it as an alteration, then can I suggest that we move to the vote on the amended motion?
There were one or two people who did want to speak, but my understanding is that either we are discussing an altered motion where you have accepted the amendment, and if that is the case, then we are in the debate on the altered motion.
No, Chair, sorry, just because it winds me up. Right, can we make clear, is this a motion or do you want it as an alteration? Because I'll do it either way.
It's an alteration.
Right, alteration, there we go.
No,
yeah.
Sorry, no. You have if you have accepted the text of the amendment, we are then moving an altered motion which is in your name. Yes, and you've just proposed it, and we are now in the debate on the altered motion. And I have seen one or two hands go up, so if I could ask people to put their hands up if they would like to speak in this debate on the altered motion. I did see Assembly Member Lord Bailey first, and then Assembly Member Polanski.
Yeah, listen, I'd like to congratulate the chair on eventually getting to where we've got to. Well done. These people are hard to control. I would just like to make the point, all joking aside, London's biggest contribution, single contribution to this country's economy is the City of London. One of our biggest competitors is New York. A good relationship between these two countries is very, very important in order for that competition to stay healthy and not descend into something that we could potentially lose. Very, very important to us. We live in a world now where Europe in particular has a raging war going on. Security is very, very important to Europe. And our biggest single security partner is the United States of America. So again, a good relationship is very important not only to Londoners, but Europe at large, and Ukraine in particular. So the idea that we wouldn't support this motion, this relationship, to me, seems balmy beyond belief. I believe the reason we accepted the EU, because we are still part of Europe. No, I said Europe, not the EU. We are on the continent of Europe. They are our biggest trading partner. They are our neighbours, and that's why I personally am comfortable with accepting this. But I do believe this should be supported because London is a global city, must give a global message that is prepared to deal with everybody globally, particularly our best partner, the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Lord Bailey, Assembly Member Lord Bailey, Assembly Member Polanski, and then Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with a non-partisan point, and that's between me and Assemblymember Best. I think that it's really nice to see Taylor Swift name once again in the chamber. I think probably with Boris Johnson, she's probably the most said name in this chamber. On a more partisan point, I'm not keen on her private jets, and I'm also not keen on this motion because it doesn't name the climate crisis at all. Actually, if we're going to talk about global cooperation, we should be putting the climate crisis at the centre of working with other people. Also, finally, as a member of the LGBT community, the President-elect is about as welcome at Pride as United Airlines, i.e. not welcome at all, in my opinion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bakari.
The Liberal Democrats are abstaining on this motion because it's a waste of time and it just gives everyone a chance to do some political grandstanding. We have better things to do with our time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Assembly Member Bakari. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to be serious, actually, and tell you why it is really important, Assembly Member Bakari. Because the world is a dangerous place right now. It is more dangerous than I've ever known it in my lifetime. And we are unstable not only in the UK, but across Europe and across the world. And so at a time like this, it is actually really important that the Mayor of London previously said that the President-elect of the United States was not welcome in the UK. Because like him or not, the US is one of our biggest partners, one of our biggest allies in an unstable world. And that is so important when we have to mend that relationship, because like him or not, this world is unstable right now. And like it or not, the US is one of the biggest allies that the UK has. And it makes a difference when the Mayor of London says he is not welcome in the country, because that is an allyship that this country depends on. And it is important that the Mayor mends that relationship.
Thank you, Assembly Member Best. Assembly Member Cooper, you reserved your right.
I did, and I wasn't actually planning on getting up and speaking today. As you've probably noticed, I'm not feeling at my best. But I do think, after Assemblymember Best's comments, and in light of this motion, I'd like to thank the Conservatives for accepting our amendment to it. We don't think it's just the United States that we have an important relationship with. Despite Susan making faces, we do think that Europe is a very important trading bloc with whom we need to have a positive relationship as well. I think the motion sets out the importance of the relationship with the United States, and it is important that the Mayor joins with the government and works with the new administration in Whitehall, as well as any future US administrations, to promote trade and foreign direct investment in London. And I think the Mayor's been quite successful, building on the work of both of his predecessors in terms of encouraging direct investment in London. But just a word to what Assemblymember Best just said in terms of the Mayor. I think we have to contextualise the comments that were made before in 2016, 2017, when the President-elect was the President 45 and is just about to become President 47. He did introduce a ban on Muslims travelling to America. And I think that was extremely difficult for many people here. We've just heard Assemblymember Polanski refer to whether or not he would be welcomed at the Pride celebrations in July at any time. And I think we have to understand that we have to work with people sometimes who can be extremely difficult, and sometimes it does mean that we need to move on from comments that we've made in a past context. So I would hope that we're all going to be able to do that and work successfully. Thank you. And support the motion as amended.
Chair, as I was mentioned, so I just...
as named. You were...
Thank you. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to contextualise...
Be very speedy.
Assemblymember Cooper. But I think let's put the context of the fact that Putin won an election this year, and the Mayor of London did not put a press release out about that, but he did want to put a press release out about Trump. We could not take our families to Russia. We could take our families to America, but the Mayor doesn't want to stand up to Putin, an actual adversary of the UK.
Assemblymember Hall, you, as the motion seconder, have a right to sum up.
All right, I'll be quick. The Mayor does have to start taking the President-elect Trump seriously. Now, he has said that he will take him out to various religious venues, which is nice. I will volunteer to take him out on the town. That is if there is anything left of our nightlife in London after the Mayor has finished dealing with London. But he must be looked after. He must be regarded as an important person, because he has been elected by Americans, and we must respect that. And the fact that our Mayor hasn't respected that is not good enough.
Thank you. Admirably brief. Assemblymember Clark.
It always puts me in something of a situation when everyone's talking so much about the country where I was born and certainly spent all of my childhood up until the end of my university years. But I just want to say a few things, because you know, this was not the outcome that I personally would have wanted, and I still have very, very many friends and family in the United States, and I dare say some of them did not vote the way that I did in that election. But coming to the point here, I mean, our city absolutely shines when we do have these major events, and partly because we have a mayor of London who's constantly going out there banging the drum for London, be it with international sports, be it with musicians, events across our capital. And I think we are all delighted to see that that London is once again the best city to visit and the best city in the world, according to many guides. And that's something we can all really, really be proud of, because I believe everyone in this room is proud, amongst other things, to be a Londoner. I do want to say, though, that you know, with announcements of increasing isolationism coming directly from President-elect Trump, he's talking about even putting tariffs on our nearest neighbours in Canada and in Mexico. Those sorts of messages should give us cause for concern across the world, because an isolationist America is a very difficult one to deal with. When we're looking at our trade, you know, 41% of our exports are landing in Europe. So the reason I wanted, as somebody with both US and British citizenship, the reason I wanted to include the EU in this motion, the reason it was important, because I felt that actually isolationist America, where do we need to be looking, is our biggest trading partner, which is the European Union. So that wasn't anything to make a political point, it was a practical point, that actually London and our country need to be increasingly working with our nearest neighbours. So thank you, and thank you for bringing the motion.
Thank you, Assemblymember Clark. And finally, Assemblymember Georgiou.
Thank you. I told you at the last plenary that had Assemblymember Hall become mayor, she would have gone out on the razzle. All it would take is the president now to come, and it will happen. Look, actually, I think Assemblymember Clark's comments encapsulate a lot of what I agree with. I mean, my wife is American, my children are Americans, and you know, it is important. They're British first, by the way, I'll make that clear. But it is important to maintain strong ties with our closest allies. Look, with regard to, it was very easy to accept the bit about trade with the EU, because of course we want free trade with the EU. I mean, let me let you into a secret. Alessandro Georgiou, I can't trace my lineage back to the Doomsday Book, right? It clearly comes from the continent. I think there's no secret about that. You know, I'd say to my Liberal Democrat colleagues over here, if you think this is a waste of time political motion, have you seen the other motions that we have to this place on a constant basis? So we'll leave that there. Look, free trade with our closest allies and partners, fund the NHS, fund TfL, fund education, fund the police, and a multitude of other public services. So I wholeheartedly believe where we have a free trading and democratic nation as our allies across the Atlantic, just as we do on the continent, we should be encouraging free trade with them and all the others. And I do welcome the Mayor's slightly tongue-in-cheek but receptive response to my question at MQT. So thank you very much for the time, Chair, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. So we're now going to move to a vote on the motion as amended or as altered. Could I see all those in favour?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
And all those against?
There are no votes against, Chair, and that's carried.
OK, and we now move to the final motion. We are nearly there. Motion 3.11, Remembering the Victims of Climate Disasters. And the mover of the motion is Assemblymember Polanski, and the seconder is Assemblymember Cooper. So you are all on notice to start speaking.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll take this moment as well to congratulate you and thank you for stepping into the chairship today. And thank you, Assemblymember Cooper, for seconding this motion with me and the cross-party working. We're in a climate crisis. We have to mitigate our emissions, we have to adapt, and we have to create further resilience. But this motion isn't about that. This motion is about what has already happened. This motion is about what's been happening all around the world, whether it's the droughts in Zambia, the heatwave in Mali, the floods in Valencia, or indeed Storm Bert here in the UK just last week, where 5 people lost their lives. This is about recognising the lives that have already been lost. And in fact, Floods are often talked about, but in London last year, 307 people lost their lives to heat-associated deaths. So whilst it's not enough to remember people, we must also take action. The act of remembrance in itself is a reminder of what has happened and is a call to action and to make those changes that we so desperately need. This is a global call, so although it talks about the European Commission in this, that's just because they're one of the bodies that have accepted this. This call is both for the Mayor of London, but increasingly global bodies to accept this. And the date 15th of July is because that is where the campaign for Rosa, that is the date she died from a flood, so they're calling for that date in remembrance. So I really hope that people in this chamber will recognise the tragedies that have happened and the point that was made earlier that we already recognise quite rightly road deaths. It looks like we may be remembering shortly, quite rightly, people who have died from knife violence, and I believe it's right too that we remember the victims of the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Yes, I'd like to actually second your comments about the Chair and say congratulations to Assemblymember Russell for managing to keep us almost under control. And it's just before 3:30, so we've got some chance of finishing 11 motions this afternoon by 3:30, which is, I think, quite a result. But actually, it's a real shame that, and this is no disrespect to any of the new members who were elected in May of this year, but I think it's a great shame that we lost Assemblymember Sakina Sheikh to the Assembly, because she spoke extremely passionately about some of the global impacts of the climate crisis, in particular about the unbelievably appalling floods in Pakistan. And I think if she was still with us, I would have suggested in our group meeting that it wasn't me that was seconding this, but that she spoke to this motion. But, you know, we've all got contacts around the world. We've looked at what's happened here. We've looked at what's happened in Valencia. We've looked at fires in Canada. We've looked at 50-degree heat hitting various parts of the Middle East. You know, it's appalling what's happening around the planet. And to remember once a year the global disaster that is climate change, I think is the least we can do, and I would encourage everyone to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do I see any other hands go up to speak? Assemblymember Tyrrell.
Thank you, Chair, and my thanks to you for stepping up into the chairs as other groups have done. The Conservative group will be voting against this motion because we have concerns around the unintended consequences around some of the texts. Those unintended consequences that we're concerned about is that this motion risks categorising all environmental deaths as deaths from the climate crisis, and that in doing so, this motion, the subtext of that would be that it gives an excuse to negligence, an excuse for not maintaining our flood defences, an excuse for not clearing our drains, an excuse for not removing blockages in things like the sewer network, and an excuse for not desilting our river, and of course an excuse for not concreting over our natural drainage systems. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and we of course send our condolences to friends, family and communities of those killed as a result from storms and other climate emergencies, both here in the UK and abroad. However, the risk of the unintended consequences of this motion means that we cannot support the motion.
Thank you. Assemblymember Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And again, as this is the last time that I'm speaking today, thank you and congratulate you for the way in which you've managed to control this rabble that we have become in quite a challenging meeting. But it's been great fun, and I think we've all learnt a lot from it. So I may only have been in this Assembly for a few months, but I have been involved in active politics for 25 years. And in all that time, I've never heard or seen the level of hyperbole, hysteria and hand-wringing as is included in this motion. The entire premise is rooted in fear-mongering. We know that weather-related deaths are in decline, and this has been the case for a great many years. But even putting this to one side, the motion is completely missing the point. It fails to acknowledge that the UK was the first major economy to halve its greenhouse gas emissions since 1990, and we now account for less than 1% of global emissions. The motion is using emotional blackmail to mask the real cost of the net zero policy agenda, confirmed by the GMB Union as £1,400 billion over the next 30 years. That's £50,000 for every household in this country. The drive to renewables means we have the most expensive industrial electricity in the world. 2 rises in the energy price cap leave Ed Miliband's pledge to cut domestic energy bills by £300 in ruins. Our steel industry is on the brink of collapse, and electric vehicle mandates are killing our automotive sector. Look at Luton. Thousands of high-skilled jobs are on the line. It's a massive act of economic self-harm, all while China, with their 1,100 coal power stations, and more coming all the time, laugh at our naivety. So I look around this room. All of us here are on good salaries, 2.5 times the London living wage. We can all probably afford the costs of net zero religion, but a lot of the people who put us here can't. Those are the people that I'm fighting for, the victims of net zero, including the 4,000 pensioners Labour will kill by removing the winter fuel allowance. It's the people who this agenda will make poorer, colder and hungrier. Now, you've all seen the poll this week that puts Reform as the fastest growing party in London. Carry on with stuff like this. It's so easy to see why. Thank you.
OK, well done.
Thank you. What a lot of rubbish. To be frank, I mean, what does the motion actually call for? It just says the Assembly will join the European Commission, Parliament and Council in designating the 15th of July as a day for the victims of the global climate crisis and urges the Mayor to do the same. It doesn't talk about net zero. It doesn't talk about all your hand-wringing and climate change denying. All it does is ask for a very simple act, which is to recognise a day. And if you're going to pack all of those additional things on top of that, just so that you can make a cheap point and go wanging on about, and there was a G in there, there was a G, about climate change denial and net zero and woke technologies and all of this nonsense, then you should be ashamed of yourself, because people have died. People have died. People died just a few months ago as a result of climate change, as a direct result of climate change. We are seeing it happening time and time and time again. So I hope people will vote for this motion. It's perfectly fine. And don't be such a...
Assemblymember Roberts.
Stick in the mud.
Assemblymember Roberts, be careful. OK, so any other people wanting to speak in this debate, or have we reached the point where Assemblymember Polanski can sum up? Assemblymember Polanski, please sum up.
I don't know where to begin. I mean, what Assemblymember Roberts just said is true, that this has nothing to do with the motion. However, some of the things that were said do need correcting. So China is making a major effort over renewables. Now, that's not to say that I'm Team China, but I think to point at China is very odd with some of the lack of progress we've made. Dealing with net zero is one of the cheapest ways of bringing down people's bills. I talked about it this morning. If we insulate people's homes, that would bring down their bills, it would reduce emissions, and it would create good green jobs that could be in the public sector and paid properly. And finally, from a Reform member who is often speaking, or Reform more widely as a party, often speaking with anti-migration rhetoric, we are going to see more forced migration from the climate crisis. Now, I happen to think we should be not just accepting migration, we should be celebrating migration. But even if you go from the frame that is an anti-migrant rhetoric, you can't just deny people freedom of movement when they're fleeing heat, flood, drought. On the motion more widely, the IPCC are pretty clear. To come to the Conservative point, I genuinely don't think I entirely... we would need to have a conversation for you to clarify your point, but this point about environmental measures, people paving over their driveways is partly what's causing floods that are killing people. The floods that are happening from surface water are a result of rising temperatures. That's why the water is falling in such rapid capacity and in such quick duration, which is providing the danger to people's lives. So I don't know if your point is by remembrance that means we're not taking action, in which case I have a bit more sympathy with that point, but that's why I said at the very beginning, it's both about remembrance and about taking action. And you can remember people whilst recognising we need to mitigate our emissions, adapt and become resilient. We need to do all of those things. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to move to our last vote of the afternoon. Can I ask for all those in favour of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4, Chair.
And all those against?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 against. That's carried, Chair.
Thank you. So that motion is carried, and we just need to move to a few final bits of business, which we will rattle through very speedily. So the Assembly is asked to note the letter sent to the Mayor as attached at Appendix 1 to the report.
Noted.
Thank you. It is proposed that the London Assembly agrees to use the plenary meeting on the 13th of February 2025 principally to hold a question and answer session with the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Regeneration and the Fire Service and the London Fire Commissioner, the work and policies of the London Fire Brigade and resilience matters. Can we agree this recommendation?
Agreed.
Was there any amendment to the recommendation, or?
Yeah, I agree. Is that
Assembly Member Bakari, I understood you may have had an amendment to the recommendation to...
what it was?
The Mayor should come.
Oh yes, the Mayor should come. Yes. Sorry. Been a long day.
Do we all agree to the amendment briefly proposed by Assembly Member Bakari that the Mayor should come to the plenary in February?
Sorry, I do have one Thank you, Assembly Member Roberts. I do have one clarification. Can I just ask if whether that's in addition to Jules Pipe or instead of? Instead of. Thank you, Assembly Members. Thank you.
I think there's a view on this side that Jules Pipe should be there as well.
Okay. No, but we just agreed instead of.
We have not yet. So we certainly have not had a vote on this. Are we? So,
yeah, we can't have three. We can't have three. We can't have three.
okay. Okay, if we have that from both sides of the two biggest groups, I think we can take that as being... What we've got is the Mayor being invited. So, and we have all agreed that, and we are now going to move on to the date of the next meeting. The next meeting of the London Assembly will be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 o'clock on Thursday, the 19th of December 2024 in the Chamber at City Hall. And there is no other business, so the meeting is closed.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.